drifting into the world of Pikachu. A soft beginning. Close your eyes and let your mind wander. Tonight we're drifting into a smaller, softer corner of the Pokémon world. Not through grand legends of creation and cosmic balance, but through one tiny spark of yellow light at your side, the kind of quiet presence that doesn't demand your attention, yet somehow, gently, holds it. Imagine a calm night in nature, somewhere between forest and field. The sky is deep and dark, scattered with distant stars, and the world has settled into a slow, even breath. Beside you there is a single Pikachu, tail curled close, cheeks giving off the faintest glow. No shouts, no stadiums, just the soft crackle of stored electricity, like a very small storm that has learned to sleep. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, wandering through memories and myths wrapped around this one familiar shape. Over the next little while, we'll move through 150 gentle facts about Pikachu, not as rapid-fire trivia, but as unhurried pieces of a story. We'll drift from its earliest design sketches to its name's hidden meanings, from game data and Pokédex whispers to the quiet loyalty of Ash's partner in the anime. You won't need to keep track of numbers or stay awake to the end. The facts will continue to flow like pages of a cozy lore book turned slowly in the dark, whether you are listening closely or already half in a dream. If sleep comes, it can simply arrive, and Pikachu will keep watch in the background, a small guardian of the space between waking and rest. Let's begin at the very beginning, not of the world itself, but of this creature's place within it. In early sketches, Pikachu was rounder, softer, almost like a sleepy squirrel that had learned to hold lightning in its cheeks. Over time, the lines became slimmer for animation, but that original chubby warmth still lingers in the way people remember it, as if the design kept a memory of its own past. We'll explore how its name, Pikachu, weaves together the spark-like sound of Pika and the tiny squeak of Chu, a little myth of electricity and mouse in just a few syllables. We'll listen to Pokédex entries that describe how it stores power, how groups of Pikachu can light forests like lanterns, not to punish, but to reset the darkness into something safe and glowing. Along the way, Ash's Pikachu will appear as a quiet thread, the one who chose not to evolve, the one who walks instead of resting in a Pokeball, the one whose stubbornness feels more like gentle will. We'll touch on rare variants and special forms, from shiny hues to cosplay outfits, and regional twists, each one like a different star in a small constellation of yellow light. To this day, most people know Pikachu as a cheerful mascot, a face on screens and signs around the world. But tucked behind that familiarity are hidden details about its creation, its name, and its earliest days that many fans never quite hear. Tonight, we'll uncover them slowly, like secrets shared in a whisper, as you drift toward sleep. Before the thunder, how Pikachu was first imagined. So, close your eyes and let your mind wander, as if you were turning the pages of an old sketchbook, its paper softened by time and quiet work. Tonight, we're drifting into the world before the thunder, when Pikachu was not yet a symbol, but a small idea resting on a desk in a calm studio. Let's begin at the very beginning, with an artist named Atsuko Nishida. You can imagine her, pencil in hand, sketching gentle shapes for creatures that did not exist yet, exploring a new myth of nature in the space of a few centimeters of paper. One soft drawing among many was a round, chubby little being, its body almost like a dumpling, its cheeks full and bright, its features simple and sleepy. To this day, early concept notes describe Pikachu as squirrel-like, not really a mouse at first, inspired by the way squirrels store energy in their cheeks and leap in quick, playful arcs. In those first drawings, Pikachu's body was shorter and softer, with a smaller head and a rounder belly, a creature you could almost imagine napping in your hands. Its tail, even then, was a lightning bolt, but drawn like a child's confident line in the air, less sharp, more like a playful zigzag than a symbol of power. Fact by quiet fact, the design formed. 2 red circles for cheeks to hold electricity, tiny paws that could hug berries, dark-tipped ears that framed its face like gentle exclamation marks. Nearby, another artist, Ken Sugimori, watched over the growing cast, bringing balance and consistency to this new world. His role was not to overwrite Nishida's vision, but to refine it, to make sure this small electric type would feel at home beside dragons, birds, and ancient spirits. In those days, Pikachu was not meant to be a mascot at all, simply one creature among 151, classified as the mouse Pokémon, placed quietly at Pokédex number 25, a modest spark in a much larger constellation. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, and so Pikachu's path into the games was equally gentle. Designers tucked it into Viridian Forest as a relatively rare encounter, not to punish, but to reset your sense of wonder, so that finding one felt like discovering a secret. Its soft fur, its sleepy eyes, the way its tail seemed to sketch lightning in the empty air. These were small design choices, yet each one made it feel like a living story instead of just a mechanic. Over time, as games and animation evolved, Pikachu changed shape. The round belly grew slimmer, the face a little sharper, the limbs slightly longer, all to move more easily across screens and pages. And yet, the essential idea remained: red cheeks, storing gentle storms, a curious gaze, a tail that wrote electricity across the sky. Even its name held a quiet spell. Pika, like a tiny spark, and Chu, a mouse's soft sound, a clue to a deeper naming myth we'll uncover very soon, just beyond this next flicker of light. The name of a spark. What Pikachu really means. Even its name feels like a tiny spell, doesn't it? Hovering on your tongue like a spark that hasn't quite leapt to the air. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and just listen to the sound. Pikachu. It arrives in 2 soft pieces, like a quiet footstep in the dark, followed by a little flash of light. Let's begin at the very beginning, with the language that first shaped this world. In Japanese, Pika is an onomatopoeia, a sound word for a sudden glimmer, the bright crackle of electricity, the way lightning seems to wink before it fully appears. Chu is another sound word, not loud at all, more like the tiny squeak of a mouse hidden in the walls, or the soft kiss of fur brushing against wood. Put together, they form a name that is less like a label and more like a moment, a spark in the dark, and the small creature who carries it. Game Freak wanted something that felt cute and playful, but also a little mysterious, a name that could hold both a gentle pet and a living thundercloud. So Pikachu was chosen to sound round and friendly, easy for children to say, but edged with that bright, crackling Pika that hints at sudden power. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, listening to how a name can carry both comfort and surprise in the same breath. To this day, Pikachu is one of the rare Pokémon whose name stayed almost completely untouched as it traveled across oceans and languages. In English, French, German, Spanish, and so many other tongues, Pikachu remains Pikachu, as if localization teams all quietly agreed that this sound was already complete, already in perfect balance. The world simply learned to say it together, a shared whisper passed from region to region. Behind that apparent simplicity, early naming discussions circled around many possibilities, as they did for other creatures that mixed animals and elements, names like Charmander and Squirtle, built from Char and Salamander, Squirt and Turtle, little puzzles of nature and power. Pikachu's name followed the same pattern, but with pure sound instead of English roots, a blend of noise, animal, and element woven into one soft crackle. In those early days, other Pokémon were considered for the role of mascot, shapes like Clefairy drifting close to the spotlight. Yet Pikachu's design and name together created a quiet gravity. Staff members found themselves sketching it more. Animators enjoyed the way Pika could be timed to a flash, and children in early tests repeated Pikachu with bright, sleepy smiles. If you listen carefully, the name even blooms outward into a small family. Pichu, the baby form, is like a clipped echo, a shorter, higher spark. Raichu, the evolution, deepens the sound, the Rai evoking thunder, the Chu, a reminder that inside the storm there is still a small mouse at the center. Tonight, we're drifting into that family of sounds, a miniature myth told only through names. And just beyond the name, in the earliest games, Pikachu's first stats, moves, and Pokédex lines were already hinting at who it truly was, waiting for you in the tall grass and quiet data. A secret we'll uncover as we wander a little further into the dark. Pikachu in the Pokédex, quiet facts from the games. In that quiet data, Pikachu sits very early in the grand list, wearing a simple number that somehow feels just right. In the National Pokédex, it is number 25, not at the very beginning, not at the end, but close enough to the start that it feels like an early friend you meet on the road. It is called, very plainly, the Mouse Pokémon, a tiny title that leaves space for you to imagine the rest. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, as if you're scrolling through a glowing digital encyclopedia in the dark. When you pause on Pikachu's page in red and blue, the entry explains that it stores electricity in the pouches on its cheeks and that these pouches can discharge when it is surprised. Later, Pokédex lines add that several Pikachu together can cause trees to sparkle with static, as if the forest itself were waking up. To this day, across regions and generations, the same image returns, round cheeks holding storms in miniature. Another entry describes how Pikachu raises its tail to sense its surroundings, sometimes being struck by a stray bolt from the sky. There is something almost myth-like in that detail, as if nature itself occasionally answers when this small creature reaches upward. In other games, the Pokédex notes that Pikachu communicate through crackling sparks, tiny flashes of light that carry mood and meaning instead of words. Mechanically, Pikachu is an electric type, aligned with currents and clouds rather than earth or flame. The games list it at about 0.4 meters tall, roughly 1 foot 4 inches, and around 6 kilograms, about 13 pounds, small enough that you can quietly picture it perched on your shoulder, warm and steady, or curled at the foot of your bed like a living night light, humming with a soft, unseen charge. In Kanto's earliest maps, Pikachu does not appear everywhere. It waits in Viridian Forest as a rare encounter, hidden among Caterpie and Weedle, a tiny surprise in the tall grass. Many players remember the hush of that first meeting, the way the screen's quiet sparkle made this little mouse feel like a secret. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, pausing to notice one small, yellow shape among the trees. Pikachu's moves tell their own story. Thunderbolt is described not with numbers in your memory, but as a clean column of light, a focused storm called down from a clear sky. Quick Attack is a blur of motion, a sudden dart forward that feels more like enthusiasm than aggression. Thunderwave does not crush, it simply sends out a gentle net of electricity, slowing the world around Pikachu, bending the moment in its favor. Later, Special Pikachu learn Volt Tackle, a move wrapped in lore, where it surrounds itself in wild light and dashes, brilliant and selfless, like a comet that knows it will feel the impact too. Behind those moves are quiet statistics. Pikachu is fast, with speed that lets it move before many larger creatures, but its defenses are soft, its endurance modest. On paper, it is not the strongest presence in the Pokédex, yet players still choose it, carry it, and keep it, as if sensing that numbers are only one kind of truth. Tonight, we're drifting into its small family as well. Pikachu is not alone in the data. There is a pre-evolution that looks like a younger spark, and an evolution that seems like thunder finely grown. Each of them has their own gentle story, waiting just beyond this page. From Pichu to Raichu. The gentle line of Pikachu's evolution, Pikachu's small family, begins even smaller than most people expect. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine a creature that looks like a sketch of Pikachu drawn with softer, rounder lines, as if the world itself was still practicing. This is Pichu, Pikachu's baby form, introduced later in the series, long after Pikachu had already become a symbol. Pichu is tiny enough to cradle in two cupped hands, its ears a little too big, its steps a little unsteady. When it tries to call on electricity, little sparks jump out in clumsy bursts, more like static from a winter sweater than a storm. The Pokédex quietly notes that Pichu can hurt itself when it misjudges its own power, as if growing up, for it, means learning not only what it can do, but how not to startle its own heart. In the games, Pichu does not grow by levels alone. It evolves into Pikachu through friendship, or more precisely, through a hidden measure of happiness that rises when you walk together, heal it, and simply keep it close over time. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer. Progress is not marked by trophies, but by how often you choose to stay rather than move on. Somewhere, quietly in the code, affection passes an unseen threshold, and the next sunrise brings a Pikachu. Pikachu, the middle point of this line, is also its emotional center. To this day, many players choose to keep it that way. Technically, Pikachu can evolve into Raichu at any time with a Thunderstone, a shard of crystallized lightning that seems to hold a moment of frozen weather inside it. But the evolution is optional, never demanded, and many people wait or never use the stone at all because the familiar shape of Pikachu has become part of their own story. When the stone is used, though, the quiet spark becomes something deeper. Raichu stands a little taller, its tail lengthens into a lightning-shaped conductor, and the Pokédex explains that its electricity is far stronger, enough to subtly change the ground where it discharges. Its temperament shifts as well. Where Pikachu's energy feels modest and approachable, Raichu can seem more confident, even a touch stern, like thunder that has learned its own echo. In Alola, nature tells a different version of the myth. There, regional energy and sunlight reshape Raichu into a dual electric and psychic form, a dreamy Alolan Raichu that rides its own round tail like a hoverboard. It drifts above sand and sea as if surfing across a moonlit beach of electricity, ears like crescent moons catching distant tides of thought. Mechanically, the line is simple. Pichu, hatched from an egg, grows friendly enough to become Pikachu. Pikachu, at any level, can touch a Thunderstone and step into Raichu or into Alolan Raichu if the stone is used under Alola's sky. Yet the friendship mechanics, the hidden numbers that rise when you share steps and moments, turn this into a quiet lesson about care becoming change. And then there is one Pikachu who refuses the stone entirely, who hears the call of evolution and gently says no, shaping how the whole world sees this species. In the next part of our story, we'll follow that stubborn little spark and watch how a single choice made on a quiet day echoed across regions, leagues, and time itself. Meeting Ash's Pikachu. A reluctant partner, a lasting bond. That quiet refusal becomes a thread you can follow into another story, one that begins not in ancient times, but in a small bedroom in Kanto, with an alarm clock that doesn't quite do its job. Close your eyes and let your mind wander to that morning. A boy named Ash sleeps through the moment he is meant to choose a partner, and by the time he arrives, the traditional starters are gone. Instead, Professor Oak offers a single Pokeball containing a Pikachu who will not stay inside, whose tail crackles with a kind of stubborn independence. From the very beginning, this is not a neat pairing, but a slightly tangled one. Tonight, we're drifting into the early days of that bond when things are still prickly and uncertain. At first, Pikachu does not like Ash at all. It shocks him again and again, cheeks sparking whenever he pulls too hard on the thin thread of command. It refuses to walk beside him on a simple string of trust, choosing instead to ride on top of a Pokeball like a tiny sun that will not be covered. This rough start is part of the myth. The world's most famous partnership begins in disharmony, in static and small misunderstandings. There is a quiet fact here. In those first episodes, Pikachu almost never obeys. It ignores orders, turns away, and treats Ash less like a trainer and more like an annoyance passing through its space. And yet to this day, that disobedience makes the later closeness feel deeper, like a knot that was slowly, patiently untied. And then comes the storm. Not a grand, legendary tempest, just dark clouds, sharp rain, and a flock of Spearow stirred from the balance of their own mourning. Ash runs with Pikachu in his arms, borrowing Misty's bicycle, wheels cutting through puddles as thunder rolls across the sky. When Pikachu is hurt, Ash stops running. He turns, shaking, and shields this small electric type with his own body, spreading his arms as if he could hold back the whole world. In that moment, Pikachu chooses. It climbs forward, gathers what little power remains in those round cheeks, and releases a single, brilliant burst, not to punish, but to reset what their relationship means. When the light fades and the rain softens, Pikachu is no longer just an assigned starter. It is a companion who has seen a boy stand between it and danger, and has answered with trust. Behind that simple Pika is another layer of story. Ash's Pikachu is voiced by Ike Otani, whose performance is made only of squeaks, sighs, and soft exclamations. The creators chose never to give Pikachu human speech, and yet its tone carries whole conversations: irritation, amusement, quiet worry, shy pride. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer learning to listen to feelings that don't need words. Early on, this Pikachu already bends the rules you know from the games. It refuses to evolve with a Thunderstone, even when offered the chance, choosing its own small body and familiar form over greater power. Its move set shifts over time in ways that feel almost personal, trading techniques as if they were memories, carrying signature sparks like Thunderbolt and the gentle glow of quick attack into scene after scene. Its emotional range is almost human, ears tilting with doubt, tail drooping with quiet sadness, cheeks brightening with sudden joy. There are soft, specific facts woven into these first steps. In the earliest episodes, Pikachu rides in the basket of Misty's ruined bike, a tiny guardian of a friendship that has barely begun. It shocks Team Rocket not as an act of cruelty, but as a clear, bright boundary. This boy is under my care now. In Pokémon Yellow, a game inspired by this very story, Pikachu follows the player on the overworld, echoing the way Ash's partner walks at his side instead of inside a Pokeball. To this day, that image of a boy and his Pikachu walking together without a barrier between them has become a kind of modern myth. This single partner would go on to appear in hundreds of episodes and many movies, carrying secrets, victories, and quiet moments of doubt, shaping how the world dreams about Pokémon. And as their journey unfolds, Pikachu's gentle glow will guide us into other stories of gyms and journeys, of regions and legends, all orbiting around that small spark on Ash's shoulder. A personality in sparks how Ash's Pikachu feels and acts. Pikachu's glow is not only in its cheeks, but in the way it moves through Ash's quiet moments. And yours. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost feel its small weight on your own shoulder, playful yet serious. A presence that feels less like a pet and more like a friend who has walked beside you for a very long time. From the very beginning of their story together, Ash's Pikachu has carried this gentle contradiction. It teases, shocks Ash when it is annoyed, pulls little pranks on new companions, yet the instant danger brushes close, its whole body shifts. The ears tilt, the tail stiffens, and the joking stops. In that stillness you can sense a fierce loyalty, as if the world could narrow to a single promise: stay with Ash, no matter what. This loyalty is woven together with a stubborn streak that has become almost myth. When Pikachu refuses the Thunderstone and chooses not to evolve into Raichu, it is not a dramatic rebellion, but a quiet declaration of self. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer. and Pikachu seems to understand that growing stronger does not always mean changing shape. To this day, that single choice echoes through the series as a small lesson in being enough as you are. You see that same stubborn heart in softer emotions too. Pikachu can grow jealous when Ash gives too much attention to a new partner, turning away with a pout, cheeks puffed, tail tapping the ground in tiny, rhythmic beats. A moment later, it may be curled at Ash's side, sharing an apple or its favorite ketchup, the earlier sulk dissolving into contentment, like a brief cloud passing over a steady sun. There are countless quiet scenes that reveal its gentler nature, Pikachu comforting a scared Pokémon by nudging it closer to the campfire, Pikachu sitting in Ash's lap during a long train ride, eyes half closed, matching his breathing as sleep slowly arrives. Pikachu perched on his shoulder as they watch a sunset in a new region, saying nothing, simply existing in balance with the changing colors of the sky. Its relationships with others add more layers to this small, electric myth. Around Misty, Pikachu often looks amused, tilting its head when she scolds Ash, as if it understands both sides. With Brock, it relaxes easily, trusting his calm care. With Team Rocket's Meowth, there is wary familiarity, annoyance at the endless schemes, but also a strange, shared history that softens their encounters, especially in those rare moments when they must cooperate. The anime staff designed Pikachu to speak without words, and if you listen closely, you can hear how carefully this was done. Its ears rise sharply when curious, droop when sad, and flick in small, precise motions when it is unsure. The same simple Pika can be bright and ringing when excited, or low and almost whispered when afraid. Its tail traces little arcs in the air when it is thinking, and its paws clutch its cheeks when it gathers power, like a breath before a decision. Over time, small personality facts accumulate like stars. Pikachu loves sweet foods, especially ketchup, guarding bottles with comical seriousness. It dislikes being inside a Pokeball, preferring open air and the feel of Ash's shoulder. It can be startled by sudden loud noises, fur bristling before it realizes everything is safe. It has a habit of tilting its head in the same direction as Ash when they are both puzzled, and of dozing in warm patches of sunlight whenever the journey slows. Sometimes it mimics Ash's gestures, punching the air when he's determined, or slumping when he feels doubt, serving as a quiet mirror of his hopes and worries. Tonight, we're drifting into a world where that mirror extends beyond the screen. Pikachu's presence grew so strong, so familiar, that it stepped out of the anime onto merchandise, into parades and events, and into the hearts of people who never touched the games at all. In the next part of our story, we'll follow that little spark as it leaves the forest paths and gym roads behind and becomes something larger, a symbol of how a single, gentle companion can change how an entire world dreams about Pokémon. From screen to world, Pikachu becomes a global symbol. That little spark didn't grow louder, it grew clearer. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost trace the moment when Pikachu stopped being just one creature in a forest, and quietly became the lantern that would guide people into the whole Pokémon world. In the very beginning, Pikachu was simply one entry among 151, a small electric type with the number 25 beside its name. But over time, artwork and packaging began to lean toward that bright yellow silhouette. Box covers, posters in game shops and magazine ads in the late 1990s would often place Pikachu near the center, even when other Pokémon were larger or more powerful, as if the series itself was gently choosing its storyteller. In Western advertising, especially during those first years, Pikachu's presence was everywhere, not with fanfare, but with repetition. Commercials for the original games in North America lingered on its round cheeks and simple shape. Early trading card displays often put a single Pikachu card in the front row. Its color, the color of sunlight and caution signs, cut through crowded toy aisles and busy TV screens, making it easy for even a sleepy glance to recognize. Tonight, we're drifting into the way this small design choice became a bridge. Children who had never watched the anime still knew Pikachu from backpacks, lunchboxes, and tiny keychains swinging from zippers. Parents who could not name a single region still pointed and said, "That one," when they saw a yellow plush in a store window. Pikachu became a gentle translator between fans and non-fans, a quiet ambassador for a larger myth. To this day, you can look back at early milestones and see that bridge taking shape. A giant Pikachu balloon floating through parades, gliding between city buildings like an electric-type cloud, costumed mascots at events in Japan and abroad, bowing, waving, posing for photos with children who may not yet know what a Pokeball is. In new countries and new languages, Pikachu's name was often left almost unchanged, as if the sound itself carried the same spark across borders. Within the games, this shift was written into the story. Pokémon Yellow placed Pikachu at your side on the overworld, turning a menu sprite into a companion that followed your every step, glancing back with tiny pixel eyes. Spin-off titles, special editions, and even official logos began to tuck Pikachu into corners and silhouettes, a soft reminder of who was leading you through this dream. As the years passed, the design itself adapted to its role. The early, chubbier Pikachu, almost like a sleepy squirrel, slowly grew a little slimmer, a little taller, its face more expressive, its movements easier to animate in commercials and films. Not to punish, but to reset the way it could move through space and story, it became more mascot-like without losing the round cheeks, the lightning tail, the sense of a small friend reaching up to hold your hand. And this was only the beginning of Pikachu's real-world journey. From here, its presence would step onto airplane bodies, stadium screens, and unexpected collaborations, turning the sky, the field, and even the quiet corners of travel into part of the same gentle myth. A path we'll follow next, as the world itself starts to wear Pikachu's smile. Pikachu in parades, planes, and stadiums. Quiet, worldwide moments. From here, the world itself really did begin to wear Pikachu's smile. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost see it, a giant Pikachu balloon drifting between city towers during a cold morning parade, moving slowly through the streets like a floating electric cloud, its round cheeks glowing softly in the winter light as children point upward from behind scarves and mittens. In New York's Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, Pikachu has appeared again and again since the early 2000s, sometimes holding a snowman, sometimes a Pokeball, always sailing above the crowd in quiet, patient arcs. To this day, the image feels less like advertising and more like a gentle myth passing overhead. A reminder that in the middle of noise and traffic, a small, yellow mouse can pause time for a moment as people lean out of windows just to wave. Far from those streets, another memory drifts into view. A Pikachu airplane waiting at a gate in Japan around the year 1998, its entire body painted with smiling Pokémon. Inside, headrest covers, cups, and even safety cards carry Pikachu's face, turning an ordinary flight into a soft journey through the Pokémon world. Later, in 2016 and again in the early 2000s, new Pikachu jets would take to the skies with updated designs, flying between islands and countries like moving postcards from a shared dream. In Yokohama, summer heat shimmers off the pavement as dozens, then hundreds, of Pikachu mascots quietly assemble. You might have seen footage from the Pikachu Outbreak events that began in 2014. Rows of Pikachu dancing in unison along the harbour, their movements slow and slightly off-tempo, which only makes the scene feel more dreamlike. Tonight, we're drifting into that harbour air where music plays softly and people watch with sleepy smiles, as if a childhood drawing had stepped gently into real space. There are other stages too. In 2014, Pikachu walked alongside athletes as a World Cup promotion and later appeared with Japanese Olympic campaigns, standing near runners and gymnasts as a symbol of playful energy rather than competition. At baseball games in Japan, Pikachu has joined cheer squads, leading simple, swaying dances on the field while fireworks bloom far above, the stadium briefly becoming a lantern-lit storybook. Sometimes, Pikachu is invited to be more than a mascot. Around 2014, it was named an official ambassador for tourism in certain Japanese regions, appearing on posters that blended shrines, cherry blossoms, and quiet streets with its bright, familiar silhouette. In international expos and cultural events, Pikachu has stood beside officials and performers, a small, wordless bridge between languages, carrying a feeling that needs no translation. In all of these places, people of every age do the same gentle things. They lift phones for photos, they wave. Some simply stand still and smile, letting a soft, electric joy settle into the spaces of their day. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, one who meets Pikachu not in arenas but in parades, airports and open plazas. And when the balloons are deflated, when the planes land and the stadium lights dim, Pikachu's image does not disappear. It returns home with you, printed on pillows and pajamas, stitched into plush toys on shelves, glowing faintly from nightlights and tiny keychains. In those smaller personal spaces, it becomes a quiet guardian of sleep, watching over fans as they drift off, while the larger world outside slowly turns toward its next gentle Pikachu story. Soft sparks at home, Pikachu in everyday life and merchandise. In that smaller world of blankets and bedside tables, Pikachu settles in like a familiar star at the edge of your vision, always there when the lights grow dim. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost feel the weight of a soft plush in your arms, its fabric worn smooth by years of quiet good nights. The most common Pikachu companions are simple ones: plush toys resting on pillows, pajamas patterned with tiny yellow silhouettes, fleece blankets with sleepy-eyed Pikachu curled like a comma at the corner, and nightlights that glow in a gentle amber hue. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, moving through a home where Pikachu appears not as a mascot of excitement, but as a small promise of comfort and balance. To this day, collectors remember that in 1997, very early Pikachu plush in Japan captured the chubbier, squirrel-like design with shorter limbs and rounder cheeks, mirroring Atsuko Nishida's first concept. As the years passed, official plush shifted toward a sleeker, more athletic shape, especially around the Diamond and Pearl era, yet both forms are treasured, like two versions of the same gentle myth seen at different moments in time. Some of the earliest Pikachu merchandise lines, such as the original Pokémon Center series in Tokyo, are now softly legendary, with limited plush runs and store-exclusive keychains that never left Japan. A special Midorikawa Pikachu plush line brought hand-drawn style embroidery to its face, while the Pikachu Nebukuro series tucked Pikachu into tiny sleeping bags, turning the idea of sleep itself into a collectible story. There were regional exclusives too: a Yokohama Pikachu dressed as a sailor, a Hokkaido Pikachu in warm winter wear, and later the Pikachu Carnival editions in Brazil, each one tying the electric mouse to a different corner of the world. In time, high-end designer collaborations appeared, like the 2014 Pikachu X Issei Miyake-inspired apparel and the Longchamp Pikachu bags in 2020, where the character was reduced to subtle outlines and quiet logos, more whispered than shouted. Closer to daily routines, Pikachu waits in school supplies and stationery, yellow mechanical pencils with tiny tail charms, erasers shaped like curled-up Pikachu, notebooks whose inner pages hide faint silhouettes in the margins, and clear files from the Pokémon Time series, which reimagined Pikachu in stylized, almost ancient poster-like art. Even a simple lunchbox or water bottle can become a small portal back into that world. Tech accessories joined in as well, from Pikachu-themed 3DS consoles and Nintendo Switch docks to phone cases where the cheeks light up softly when a notification arrives. Many of these items emphasize round edges, matte, almost velvety plastic, and calm, closed-eye expressions, as if Pikachu itself is halfway to sleep. Tonight, we're drifting into a world where these objects feel like fragments of a larger dream, but not all Pikachu forms can sit on a shelf. Some exist only in digital space, event-exclusive cosplay Pikachu in Hoenn, the celebratory Cap Pikachu wearing Ash's hats across time, and rare distributions like the shiny Pikachu from special gatherings. They wait quietly in data and memory, ready to appear when you next open a game, like distant stars you have yet to notice. Hidden variants, the many faces and forms of Pikachu. To this day, those data-bound Pikachu feel like lanterns floating in a quiet digital sea, each one holding a slightly different glow. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost see them drifting between save files and systems, waiting for the moment you decide to call them into your world again. On the surface, Pikachu seems so simple. Red cheeks, yellow fur, a familiar spark you've known for a long time. But tonight we're drifting into a softer truth. Pikachu is not just one creature but a gentle constellation of forms and costumes, each appearing only at certain times, in certain places, under certain stars. This isn't the journey of a champion but of a dreamer, tracing those variations like alternate stories told in a whisper. Fact 1. There exists a special cosplay Pikachu in the Hoenn remakes, a Pikachu that can wear different outfits depending on the contests it enters. Fact 2. These costumes are not random, they echo other roles in the Pokemon world, like a rock star Pikachu with a tiny stage persona, or a Pikachu dressed as a graceful belle for contests of beauty. Fact 3. Cosplay Pikachu is marked by a small heart-shaped notch in its tail, a quiet sign that this Pikachu lives a slightly different life. Fact 4. There are also Cat Pikachu, each one wearing a different hat that Ash has worn, across regions and time. In this way, Pikachu becomes a living scrapbook carrying Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar on its head like memories. Fact 5. These Cap Pikachu often arrive through limited online mystery gifts, tied to anniversaries, movies, or special celebrations, appearing for a short window before slipping back into myth. Fact 6. Some themed Pikachu wear outfits inspired by other Pokemon or traditions like Festival Pikachu in kimono-like garments, or Pikachu in snug winter clothes during holiday events. Fact 7. Others are given only at in-person gatherings where you had to stand in a real line, in real space, just to welcome a tiny electric guest into your game. In those moments, the boundary between digital and physical feels thin, like nature and memory leaning toward each other. Fact 8. Many of these variants carry subtle mechanical differences, an exclusive move, a special ribbon, a unique mark. But what lingers in your mind is their visual charm, the way a simple change of hat or pose can suggest an entirely new, quiet story. Fact 9. Each special Pikachu feels like a different dream of what Pikachu could be in another profession, another region, another gentle timeline. Fact 10. Taken together, they form a gallery of alternate selves, not to punish, but to reset how you think about this familiar companion. And yet, there is one form we have only brushed against in passing, one of the rarest and most quietly beautiful of all, a Pikachu whose yellow fur softens into a muted gold, as if touched by distant starlight. In the next part of our journey, we'll follow that faint golden memory, the elusive shiny Pikachu, and let its subtle color shift open another door in this sleeping world of electric dreams. A softer glow, shiny Pikachu and its subtle rarity. Tonight, we're drifting into a quieter kind of rarity, the sort that doesn't shout for your attention, but waits patiently at the edge of your vision. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine a world where even colors have secret versions of themselves, hidden like soft echoes in the dark. In this world, shiny Pokemon are like alternate reflections in a still pond, the same shapes and stories, but tinted by a different sky. They are not stronger, not more important in the grand myth, simply rarer, like a dream you almost forget when you wake. Among them, shiny Pikachu glows with a modest sort of magic, a familiar friend seen in candlelight instead of noon sun. Normally, Pikachu's fur is a bright, cheerful yellow, the color of daylight on fresh straw. In its shiny form, that yellow shifts just a little into something softer and deeper, like gold that has been warmed by time. In some generations, it leans toward a gentle, honeyed tone. In others, it becomes a muted, burnished yellow, as if someone turned the brightness down but left the warmth. To this day, many casual players only notice the difference when the sparkle appears. The odds themselves tell a quiet story about rarity. In the earliest games, the chance of meeting any shiny, including a shiny Pikachu, was about 1 in 8,192 encounters, a number so large it feels almost like a legend whispered by patient trainers. Later, the world became kinder. In newer generations, the chance settled around 1 in 4,096,000, with charms and methods that lower the odds, not to punish, but to reset your sense of surprise. Each glittering Pikachu that appears is less a statistic and more a small, private miracle. Shiny Pikachu has wandered through many corners of time and space. It can be found in mainline games, in quiet patches of grass and softly humming caves. It has been given away at gentle real-world events, sometimes wearing special ribbons, sometimes arriving through mystery gifts as if sent by an unseen storyteller. In Pokémon Go, golden-tinted Pikachu has appeared during limited celebrations, turning city streets and park paths into temporary treasure hunts. Even the anime has acknowledged this subtle wonder. A shiny Pikachu has appeared on screen, its unusual fur color treated with a kind of respectful curiosity, a reminder that even the most familiar mascot can surprise you. Some players spend hours, days, or even weeks softly repeating the same steps, resetting the same screen, or hatching egg after egg, turning the search into a meditative ritual where the mind drifts and the hands simply move. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, someone who finds meaning in the patient waiting. Shiny Pikachu remains humble in design, no dramatic shift to blue or red, just that slight golden hush, like a candle's flame seen through half-closed eyes. And somewhere beyond color alone, there are Pikachu that change shape and style far more dramatically, especially in distant regions where cosplay, hats, and even evolution itself bend playfully, reshaping this little mouse into new myths we'll soon wander through together. Island Dreams, Pikachu and its Alolan connections. Tonight, we're drifting into a softer shoreline of Pikachu's story, where the sand is cool, the sea is quiet, and evolution takes on the shape of a dream. Close your eyes and let your mind wander to Alola, a region of warm nights, ancient guardians, and one very unusual Raichu waiting just beyond the tide. In Alola, when a Pikachu finally chooses to change, it can become something different from the Raichu you know. It rises as Alolan Raichu, electric and psychic together, its tail flattened like a surfboard, carrying it gently over the waves as if the ocean itself were part of its mind. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer drifting over moonlit water, guided by thoughts instead of footsteps. Pikachu itself does not change form when it arrives in Alola. Its fur is the same yellow, its cheeks the same rosy sparks. Yet the world around it, the food, the stories, the sun and sea, all quietly change what it can become. When you evolve a Pikachu in Alola's games, it becomes Alolan Raichu by the region's grace alone, a regional evolution shaped by place, not by items or stones beyond the familiar Thunderstone. To this day, the Pokédex whispers playful myths about why Alolan Raichu can float and read the currents of air and thought. Some entries say it gained its psychic power from eating fluffy, sweet pancakes unique to the region, as if dessert itself rewrote its destiny. Others hint that Alola's strange energy, the same gentle force that nurtures Tapu and Ultra Wormholes, seeped into Raichu over time, bending its nature towards something more dreamlike. In the games, you first meet Pikachu in Alolan grass, on routes like the early stretches of Melamele Island, where it appears beneath palm shadows rather than forest pines. An NPC in the Pokemon Center might mention a Raichu that suddenly started surfing on its tail, giving you a quiet hint that evolving Pikachu here will bring a different result. Trial captains, not gym leaders, sometimes use Pikachu as a partner, tying it to local traditions instead of distant leagues. In the anime, Ash's Pikachu steps onto Alolan beaches and into open-air classrooms, dozing under the sun with classmates in Kukui's school. It meets a wild Alolan Raichu that offers rides on its tail like a living surfboard, and joins island festivals where Pikachu helps carry malasada boxes and dances beside firelit totems. Special episodes show Pikachu relaxing in the Pokemon school's yard, visiting Pony's windswept cliffs and watching the stars from Akala's calm shores. Regional forms like Alolan Raichu make the world feel wider, as though each island and country holds its own version of a familiar friend, seen through a slightly different dream. And Pikachu's adaptability does not end with sandy beaches or psychic surf. In other regions and games, it quietly learns to wear costumes, to step into contests and special stages, taking on roles and outfits that will gently wander through costume by costume, a little later in the night. Costumes and contests, cosplay, Pikachu's gentle transformations. So now, as that mention of costumes still lingers in your thoughts, you can close your eyes and let your mind wander to a quieter corner of Hoenn, where contests glow like lanterns at dusk and a very particular Pikachu waits behind a curtain. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, and in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, that dream takes the shape of Cosplay Pikachu. Cosplay Pikachu is a special Pikachu given to you after your very first contest performance in those games, a gentle thank you from the contest world itself. Unlike other Pikachu, this one is marked by a tiny black heart at the tip of its tail, a small sign that it belongs to the stage. To this day, Cosplay Pikachu only appears in those Hoenn remakes, and you receive exactly one, making it feel less like a tool and more like a keepsake you carry through time. In ancient times of your own playthrough, when you first step into a contest hall, the world seems to soften. There, Cosplay Pikachu may dress according to 5 themes, each echoing an old contest category: coolness, cuteness, beauty, toughness, and cleverness. Each outfit is not loud or gaudy in this quiet story, but more like dressing for a small moonlit festival where every ribbon and button has a purpose. When Pikachu becomes Pikachu Rockstar for the coolness category, it wears a tiny jacket, dark and shining, with a little star on its ear, and learns the move Meteor Mash, a steel-bright swing of its paws. As Pikachu Popstar, aligned with cuteness, it steps into a frilled pink dress with a bow and gains Draining Kiss, a soft, shimmering fairy move. In a different dream as Pikachu PhD for cleverness, it wears a lab coat and round glasses and suddenly knows electric terrain, shaping the very floor like a careful experiment. Beauty brings Pikachu Bell, with a layered blue gown and a single elegant glove, and with it the icy move Icicle Crash, delicate yet decisive. Toughness becomes Pikachu Libre, a masked wrestler's outfit in miniature, and the move Flying Press, a strange, dual-typed leap that feels like a playful stunt rather than a contest of strength. Each costume grants exactly one unique move, and you may change outfits freely in the contest hall, yet the moves shift with the clothes, as if Pikachu's dreams change whenever it chooses a new role. Cosplay Pikachu holds several quiet secrets. It cannot evolve into Raichu, as though the stage itself asks it to remain forever in this moment. It cannot be traded through the usual global systems and cannot be sent forward into certain later games, gently anchoring it to Hoenn's contest era. You may only ever have one per save file, and if you try to remove its special moves, they can always be relearned, as if the memories of each costume linger in its heart. Tonight we're drifting into a softer understanding of what this means. A Pikachu that is less about power and more about imagination, about trying on different dreams of who it could be for an evening under the soft lights of a stage. And just when you think the wardrobe is closed, there are other Pikachu waiting in distant regions, wearing hats, seasonal scarves, even formal suits, each one a tiny spark of personality that will gently open, like gift boxes, in the next part of our story. Hats, ribbons, and seasons. Event, Pikachu across the years. From those playful costumes, the story drifts outward into the wider world, where Pikachu appears not just on stages, but as a guest of honor at anniversaries, movie premieres, and quiet digital festivals. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost see a long timeline stretching through time and space, dotted with tiny sparks, each one a special Pikachu, given for a brief moment, then gone. These are the Event Pikachu little electric postcards that arrive through mystery gifts, serial codes, and local downloads. They are not about strength, but about memory and balance, each one tied to a celebration, a movie, or a milestone in the myth of Pokémon. Sometimes they come with a rare move, sometimes with a ribbon, sometimes with nothing more than a hat and a date that means everything to the person who received it. Tonight, we're drifting into the era of Ash's hats, where Pikachu quietly wears the history of a long journey on its head. To this day, there are several Ash's Pikachu forms, each one with a different regional cap, the original Kanto and Johto cap with its green symbol, the Hoenn cap with its sharper brim, the Sinnoh cap with its blue front, the Unova and Kalos designs, and finally the relaxed Alola cap. In Pokémon Sun and Moon, and again in their Ultra versions, you could download these forms for a limited time, entering special codes to choose which chapter of Ash's story you wanted your Pikachu to remember. Each of those Pikachu arrived at level 1, carrying the moves Thunderbolt, Quick Attack, Iron Tail, and Electro Ball, a small echo of the anime's familiar rhythm. Some bore the classic ribbon, marking them as guests from a special moment rather than ordinary partners caught in tall grass. One Ash's Pikachu, linked to the 20th movie in 2017, even played a unique animation when it was received, as if the game itself were pausing to bow. Long before that, in the days of Pokémon Yellow and the Game Boy Color, there was a different kind of wonder, a Pikachu that knew surf. In Generation 1 and 2 events, surfing Pikachu appeared through stadium connections and special distributions, carrying a move it could never normally learn, and unlocking a tiny surfing minigame in Yellow. Later, in Pokémon Battle Revolution and beyond, Pikachu with Surf or Fly reappeared, gentle reminders that the rules of nature can bend for a celebration. There have been Party Hat Pikachu in Pokémon Go, wearing cone-shaped hats for New Year's and anniversaries, each one tied to a narrow window of time. There was a Pikachu with a special ribbon and the move present for Pokémon's 10th anniversary, and another with a Cherish Ball and a ribbon for the 12th movie, Arceus and the Jewel of Life, in 2009. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, a contest Pikachu arrived with its own moves and the contest star ribbon, as if it had already shone under stage lights in some distant Hoenn Hall. Some of these gifts were region-exclusive, offered only in Japanese theaters, or at events in Europe or North America, or for a single weekend at a specific store. Players who happened to be there in that exact place and time carried home not just data, but a memory, a Pikachu that would always remind them where they were when they met it. Collecting these event Pikachu can feel like paging through an album of old tickets and digital invitations. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, quietly gathering proof that they were present when a certain story unfolded. Each ribbon, each unusual move, each party hat or regional cap is a small, glowing bookmark in the larger myth. And yet beneath the costumes and the limited dates and the carefully scripted moves, it is always the same small electric-type mouse, cheeks softly storing power, tail shaped like a lightning bolt. Whether it wears Ash's first cap, or a festive crown, it waits with the same quiet warmth, ready to guide you deeper into the remaining facts, whether you stay awake to hear everyone or are already slowly drifting into sleep. The quiet spark, Pikachu's base, stats and hidden balance. And beneath all those costumes and caps, there is still a quiet number story hidden inside Pikachu, a gentle pattern of strengths and softness that shapes how it moves through its world. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine those numbers not as cold data on a screen, but as the outline of a small electric heartbeat. Pikachu's health, its HP, is modest, like a candle flame rather than a blazing bonfire, enough to glow warmly but not meant to withstand endless storms. Its physical strength, its attack, feels like a quick jab of electricity, a sharp tap rather than a heavy blow, while its defense is more like thin glass, reflective and bright, but easily marked if pressed too hard. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, a creature built less for enduring strain and more for darting gracefully through the spaces between danger. When you think of Pikachu's special attack, you can picture the light gathered in its cheeks, a focused spark that shines brighter than its small body might suggest. Its special defense, in turn, is a kind of gentle resilience, enough to weather a passing wave of energy, but still delicate, like a small tree bending in the wind rather than an ancient oak. Together, these pieces create a balance that feels almost like a myth told in numbers, quick to act, bright to strike, but always needing a bit of care. What truly defines Pikachu, though, is its speed. In the quiet space of a turn, Pikachu often moves first, a yellow streak across the field, like a quick flash of light in the dark. To this day, that swiftness gives it a feeling of being just out of reach, as if it lives half a step ahead of everything else, a little spark skipping over puddles before the rain can catch it. Its lower defenses mean that when it is caught, it feels fragile, reminding you that small lights are precious precisely because they can go out. There is a tiny relic that changes this story, the light ball. When Pikachu carries it, its offensive power quietly doubles, and the soft mouse that was once only a mascot suddenly becomes a surprisingly fierce source of energy. Yet even then the mood remains dreamy. The defenses stay light, the HP still modest, so it feels less like a warrior and more like a star that has been allowed to shine at full brightness for a brief moment in time. If you compare Pikachu to Raichu, you can feel evolution as a shift in balance rather than a simple upgrade. Raichu's body is sturdier, its health and defenses thicker, its power more settled, like a grown tree with deeper roots, still fast, but carrying itself with a calmer weight. Pikachu stays small and quick, a flicker of youth and possibility, while Raichu becomes a steadier guardian of that same electric nature. Tonight, we're drifting into that gentle choice, to remain a tiny spark or to grow into a broader, grounding light. And in the next facts, we'll follow how trainers and stories honor both paths in their own quiet way. Moves like lightning, gentle stories behind Pikachu's moveset. And from that tiny spark, another quiet story unfolds. The way Pikachu moves, the way its electricity becomes almost a language of its own. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can imagine its moves not as attacks but as different ways a small storm learns to breathe. Thundershock is the first whisper of that storm, a faint crackle along the ground, like static brushing your fingertips on a winter night. It is the moment when clouds only begin to gather, when the world still feels calm and safe, and the light is more curious than frightening. Thundershock is Pikachu learning its own name in electricity, a shy hello written in yellow sparks. Thunderbolt is the same weather, but older, more certain, like a cloud that has finally decided to speak. In the anime, this is the move you hear again and again, Ash's Pikachu, wrapped in golden light that fills the screen, not to punish, but to reset the scene, to clear away confusion and bring everything back into balance. To this day, the games quietly honor that choice, giving Pikachu Thunderbolt as a signature expression, as if acknowledging that this is how the world remembers its power. Then there is Thunder, the sky-splitting flash, yet even here, in this gentle story, it can be imagined as distant weather on the horizon, a single, bright moment where clouds and earth touch for the briefest heartbeat, and then retreat into silence. Thunder is not something Pikachu uses lightly. It feels like the rare evening when a soft world suddenly remembers how grand and ancient nature can be. Not every move is made of light. Quick Attack is a blur of white, Pikachu becoming a streak along the ground, more like a gust of wind than a collision. You can picture it weaving between raindrops, choosing where to appear, not out of aggression, but out of playful agility. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer learning that speed can be grace. Iron Tail, which the anime quietly turned into another emblem of Pikachu, is like a bell forged from starlight. In ancient times, you might imagine artisans watching a Pikachu harden its tail, seeing metal shimmer where there was once only fur, and telling stories of a small guardian with a comet for a tail. The games listened, and soon Pikachu could learn Iron Tail there as well, as if the cartridges themselves had watched the episodes beside you. Double Team scatters its image across space, a hall of mirrors where every reflection smiles the same. It feels less like a trick and more like a dream of being in many places at once, every version of Pikachu equally real for a heartbeat. And then, in special moments and quiet events, Pikachu learns to surf or even fly, stepping outside its usual script. You can picture a surfing Pikachu gliding across a moonlit ocean, its shadow stretching over gentle waves, or a Pikachu held aloft by bright balloons, drifting through lavender evening skies. Tonight, we're drifting into those softer possibilities, and in the next section we'll follow how these moves and memories ripple outward through regions, trainers, and time itself. From Pichu to Raichu, evolution as a soft, electric journey. And from those moonlit oceans and lavender skies, Pikachu's story curls back to something even smaller, even softer, where it begins. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, and every dream has a first spark. For Pikachu, that spark is Pichu, a tiny shape of electricity that can barely hold its own feelings, let alone its power. Pichu does not grow through strength or numbers on a screen, but through something gentler. It evolves when its friendship with you is high, when unseen points of trust have quietly accumulated over time. Close your eyes and let your mind wander to that idea. A creature changing not because it has conquered, but because it has been cared for. Each step, each shared moment, each time you choose not to give up on it, becomes part of a secret, invisible meter of closeness. In ancient times, myths spoke of heroes who gained power through pacts and promises, and Pichu's evolution feels like a small echo of that. One day, without fanfare, the light simply gathers around it, and it becomes Pikachu, a little more sure of itself, its cheeks holding electricity the way a heart holds memory. To this day, many players remember their first Pichu not as a statistic, but as a timid companion that finally trusted them enough to grow. Later, another choice appears, not as a command, but as a question in object form. The Thunderstone sits in your bag, a single, shimmering piece of crystallized lightning, quiet and patient. It does nothing on its own. It waits for you. When you choose to touch that stone to Pikachu, the world seems to pause for a heartbeat, and in that pause, your relationship with this small electric friend subtly changes. Raichu arrives like a deeper note in the same song, its tail now a grounded rod, its body built to carry more current, more responsibility. In Alola, that song changes key. Alolan Raichu rises on its tail like a surfboard, gliding through the air as if dreams had learned to conduct electricity. It is the same current, expressed differently, like the way a storm over Kanto becomes a warm, humming cloud over distant islands. Yet, you are never required to choose this path. Many players, inspired by the anime, gently refuse the Thunderstone, keeping Pikachu small and familiar, even if its numbers will never quite match a Raichu's. There is a quiet bravery in that decision, a belief that not every story needs to reach its maximum form to feel complete. Sometimes, you let Pikachu stay as it is because that is the version that walked with you through forests and cities that you first saw on a flickering screen. Tonight, we're drifting into those choices as tiny myths of their own, because in the next section, Pikachu's many forms and faces begin to multiply, and one particular variation hides a secret that changes how you see its entire world. Ash's Pikachu, a small partner with a vast story. And from that flickering screen, the world slowly tilts toward another kind of story. Not a collection of data and forms, but a single, stubborn spark who chose to stay small. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, not to charts or Pokédex entries now, but to a quiet morning in Pallet Town where a boy oversleeps and a partner is not chosen but assigned. Ash meets Pikachu, not in a blaze of instant friendship, but in tangled wires, refusal, and a tiny face that turns away. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, and at first, his dream does not want to walk beside him. In those early steps, Pikachu's reluctance is almost comical in its honesty. It will not stay in the Pokeball. It will not simply obey. It trots a little distance ahead or drags behind, tail flicking with quiet annoyance, as if to say that this human has not yet earned its trust. Then the sky darkens with a flock of Spearow, and the story softens into something else. Ash, scratched and exhausted, spreads his arms to shield Pikachu, and Pikachu, already injured, gathers what little electricity remains in its cheeks. The moment is remembered for its light, but beneath the thunder is something gentler, a promise forming in the space between fear and courage. From that day, Pikachu's personality unfolds not only in grand displays of power, but in small, almost sleepy gestures. You see it when it curls beside a campfire, cheeks dimly glowing as if the electricity itself is dozing. You see it when it rides on Ash's shoulder, leaning into his cap brim when the wind grows colder, or when it taps a berry with one paw, sharing half with a new friend. Stubbornness appears in the way it digs in its heels when it disagrees, in the sharp little glance it gives when someone underestimates Ash, but loyalty lives there too, steady and bright. To this day, across Kanto forests and Johto lakes, through Hoenn rain and Sinnoh snow, Pikachu walks a step ahead or a step behind, yet always within arm's reach. In Unova's crowded cities, in Kalas's gentle flower fields, in Alola's warm shores and Galar's misty hills, that same yellow silhouette remains at Ash's side, a thread of continuity weaving through changing landscapes and ancient myths. Regions change, companions come and go, time and space bend around legendary beings, but this partnership holds its quiet balance. And always there is the choice not to evolve. In a world where growth is often measured by transformation, Ash's Pikachu stays as it is, not out of fear, but as a shared decision. It turns away from the offered stone and, in doing so, turns toward a different kind of strength, the courage to remain yourself. That unevolved form becomes a symbol, a small, steadfast promise that the boy from Pallet Town and his first partner will walk forward together as they are. Tonight we're drifting into that promise because soon we will linger with specific moments, a refused evolution, a hard loss, a quiet goodbye. Each episode is its own tiny legend, and in the next section, Pikachu's most iconic scenes will open like pages in an old, well-worn storybook. Quiet thunder, iconic anime, moments retold softly, and so that promise between a boy and his first partner opens very softly into memory. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost feel the air of Pewter City, cool and grey, as Ash steps into his first great test with Brock. The gym is dim, the stones are heavy, and Pikachu is so small against that weight, ears tilted back, unsure. There is no grand strategy here in your recollection, only a quiet kind of courage gathering like static in the air. You remember how Ash doubts himself, how others doubt Pikachu, saying that rock is no place for gentle electricity. Yet, in that wide space between fear and determination, something shifts. Sprinklers burst, water falls, and Pikachu's light finds a path. The important part, as you drift towards sleep, is not the outcome, but the way trainer and Pokémon look at each other afterward, as if realizing they share the same fragile, stubborn heart. Later in Vermilion City, the world feels sharper, more metallic, as Lieutenant Surge's Raichu towers over Pikachu. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, so you linger not on impact, but on hesitation. Surge laughs, the stadium hums, and Ash is offered a Thunderstone, a shortcut to power. Pikachu turns away from it, cheeks softly sparking, choosing to stay exactly as it is. In that small refusal, a myth is born. Strength, not through evolution, but through time, patience, and trust. Tonight, we're drifting into an even quieter place now, a forest where wild Pikachu gather beneath dappled light. Ash watches them from the edge of the trees, realizing that his partner could live here, surrounded by its own kind, running freely through nature without schedules or gyms. The goodbye he practices is halting and clumsy, words catching in his throat, while Pikachu tilts its head, sensing the distance forming between them. The forest is so still you can almost hear leaves turning. Pikachu walks away for a moment, swallowed by yellow shapes and flickering tails, and you feel that hollow ache of almost losing something sacred. Then softly it returns, eyes bright, choosing Ash the way it once chose not to evolve. To this day, that reunion feels like a small personal legend about belonging, whispered in the language of footsteps and relieved tears. Other moments shimmer at the edges of your memory. Pikachu standing under stadium lights during league challenges, fur ruffled, breathing slow, looking back at Ash not for commands but for reassurance. The world might be watching, but between them there is only a quiet channel of trust, a balance that does not depend on victory or defeat. Farther along the timeline, scenes blur into something almost dreamlike. A glimpse of Pikachu meeting legendary Pokémon, its tiny form reflected in the vast shapes of beings tied to time, space, and nature. A reunion with old friends from earlier journeys, familiar faces returning like constellations you thought you had forgotten. Each of these is a distant lantern we will visit later, one by one as this story deepens. Because soon we will slow down even further and step into the most delicate memory of all, the moment Pikachu could have changed forever, and chose instead to remain the same. A voice in the silence, how Pikachu learned to say its name. And in that almost moment of change there is something else, just as fragile and just as important. A voice. Not a line of dialogue, not a speech, but a sound you have known for so long that it feels like part of your own memory. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can probably hear it already, a soft Pika, Pika rising like a question, or a bright ringing Pikachu that seems to cut cleanly through time and space. That sound belongs to Ikue Otani, the actress who has carried Pikachu's voice for decades, shaping an entire personality out of tone, rhythm, and just a handful of syllables. She lengthens the pi when Pikachu is curious, lets the ka fall gently when it is tired, snaps the chu like a tiny thunderbolt when it is determined. In ancient times of the anime, when Ash first held out his hand to a wary partner, Otani had no long script to lean on. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, and Pikachu's voice had to be soft enough to comfort, sharp enough to protest, and playful enough to feel alive, all while almost never leaving the simple sounds of its own name. To this day, you can tell when Pikachu is annoyed, just from the clipped little Pika, or when it is overflowing with joy from the musical way the syllables dance upward. The games at first lived in a quieter world. On the Game Boy's tiny speaker, Pikachu did not say its name at all. It was a compressed digital chirp, a small electronic cry that hinted at electricity rather than personality, a sound that matched that early, mysterious Pokédex entry, the mouse Pokémon that stored power in its cheeks. In Pokémon Yellow, Pikachu followed behind you in the overworld, but even then its cry was still a simple, synthesized note, a mechanical echo of something warmer. Over time, as screens grew brighter and speakers clearer, that changed. Little by little, the beeps gave way to voice clips, and the Pikachu you heard in later games began to resemble the Pikachu you knew from quiet evenings with the anime. A tiny Pika on a handheld system suddenly carried worry when its HP fell low, or contentment when it leapt into a camp scene, and the world of the games and the world of the show slipped into balance. With only its own name, Pikachu learned to hold many feelings. A hesitant, almost whispered Pika can carry doubt. A long, trembling Pika can hold grief or fear. A bright, staccato Pika Pika at your side feels like encouragement when you are standing at the edge of some new, unknown place. In that narrow space between syllables, your mind fills in the rest, and the story becomes shared. Tonight, we're drifting into the quiet corners of that performance, but there are stranger echoes too. On rare occasions, special scenes and alternate dubs have bent Pikachu's voice into unusual shapes, a line spoken in human language here, an unexpectedly different tone there, like tiny distortions in a familiar melody. We will tuck those away for later, hidden sparks among the 150 gentle facts still to come, and soon we will listen even more closely to what silence around Pikachu's voice can tell us about the world that loves it. Pikachu around the world, names, dubs, and gentle. Local changes Pikachu's voice may bend a little from country to country, but its name, like a quiet spell, almost never changes. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine a globe slowly turning in the dark. Japan, France, Brazil, India, tiny islands and vast continents, all whispering the same soft word. Pikachu. Unlike many Pokémon whose names are reshaped to fit local tongues, Pikachu's is treated almost like an ancient charm. The Pika of a tiny electric spark, the chew of a mouse's squeak, travel together through time and space without being taken apart. To this day, whether the letters are written in Roman characters, kana, or another script entirely, the sound is nearly identical, so that a child learning to read in one language can still recognize the name spoken in another. The voice that answers that name is handled with the same careful balance between sameness and change. In many dubs of the anime, the original Japanese performance by Aike Otani is kept, her Pika, Pika, and Pikachu left untouched, like a familiar wind that crosses borders. In others, there are tiny adjustments, a slightly different emphasis on the ka, a gentler chu, shaped to sit comfortably in the rhythm of local speech while still feeling like the same small creature who once shocked a sleepy boy awake on his first day. Sometimes these choices are almost invisible, yet they add up to a shared myth. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer who hears the same cry in many languages and understands it without translation. Tonight we're drifting into a world where a single fictional mouse becomes a point of quiet agreement. Yes, we all know this one. Around that unchanging core, the words begin to soften and rearrange themselves. Pokédex entries in different regions describe Pikachu in slightly different ways. In one language, it is compared to a gentle household companion that stores electricity in its cheeks. In another, it is framed more as a clever forest dweller, living in groups to keep the balance of nature's currents. Merchandise tags, storybooks, and posters wrap Pikachu in local idioms, familiar jokes, and cozy slogans, each culture tucking it into its own bedtime vocabulary. You might see a plush in a shop window where the tag calls Pikachu a little thunder friend, while another country's box speaks of sparkling smiles or electric cuddles. The art is the same round cheeks and bright eyes, but the promises around it are spoken in the words that parents and children already trust. If you picture a classroom in Kanto, a playground in Paris, a living room in São Paulo, a train in Seoul, you can imagine the same yellow figure appearing on a screen, greeted by different subtitles and different voices. Yet the children lean forward in the same way, their hands reaching out at almost the same moment when Pikachu tilts its head or curls its tail. In that shared pause, there is a quiet reminder that stories can cross oceans more easily than ships. In ancient times within the Pokemon world, people learned to read the moods of legendary beings by the color of the sky or the shape of a storm. In our world, you read the mood of a scene by a single Pika. And so does someone far away whom you will never meet. As we move on, we will look more closely at how this little ambassador has stepped beyond screens and into parades, airplanes, and city streets, carrying that same name like a lantern through the sleeping world, from sketch to soft plush. The evolution of Pikachu's design. From that lantern of a name, we can turn, very quietly, to the body that carries it. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and try to remember the first Pikachu you ever saw on the screen. Not the sleek, confident partner of a seasoned trainer, but the tiny, round creature in the corner of an old Game Boy, almost more suggestion than drawing, like a sleepy animal curled up against the edge of the world. In those early sprites and illustrations, Pikachu was chubbier, its body shaped like a soft drop of dough with short little limbs that barely seemed able to lift it. The cheeks were wide and bright, the eyes small and close together, giving it the look of a drowsy forest animal that might be storing not just electricity, but dreams in its round form. This wasn't yet the mascot of a global story. It was a quiet electric mouse closer to the squirrel inspiration its designer once mentioned, content to exist in that tiny square of green-tinted space. As time moved on and as the anime began to define how the world saw Pikachu, its shape slowly changed. The animators needed a creature that could leap, turn, and emote from every angle, and so the body gently slimmed. The torso stretched, the arms and legs lengthened, and the ears grew a little taller, standing like small lightning rods that could catch every emotion of a scene. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, and Pikachu's design followed that dream, becoming more energetic in posture while keeping the same familiar outline. To this day, if you place an early Pikachu next to a modern one, you can see the whole story of the series written in its curves. The face is more defined now, with slightly larger eyes that can hold surprise, sadness, and quiet joy. The red of the cheeks has shifted in intensity over the years, sometimes almost soft pink, sometimes a deep, glowing crimson, like embers in a tiny hearth. The tail, too, has been gently refined, the zigzag cleaned and sharpened, so that its lightning shape feels both playful and precise, holding a careful balance between nature and symbol. Longtime fans sometimes say they can almost date an image of Pikachu just by glancing at it. A slightly rounder belly whispers of the Game Boy Color era, a certain eye shape recalls early Johto, a sharper angle in the tail or a subtler cheek can place you quietly in Hoenn or Sinnoh, as if each generation left a fingerprint on the same small friend. Tonight we're drifting into a softer kind of archaeology, not of ruins, but of plush fabric and plastic. On a collector's shelf, Pikachu exists in many times at once. There might be an older plush with a wonderfully round body and tiny paws, forever preserving that sleepy, curled-up design. Beside it, a later figure stands taller and slimmer, ears lifted, ready to explore. Further along, a modern plush has the current face, but perhaps the stitching of the tail remembers an earlier curve. In ancient times, myths were carved in stone. Here, the myth of Pikachu is stitched, molded and printed, each object a quiet snapshot of a moment in the character's long life. If you look closely, you might feel as though you're watching Pikachu evolve without ever needing a thunderstone, changing not to punish, but to reset, to gently adapt to new screens, new hands, new dreams. And as we move forward, we'll see how this same little silhouette keeps being dressed in hats, costumes, and regional styles, yet always remains unmistakably itself, a small constant in a changing world of stories. Shiny Spark, the gentle rarity of shiny Pikachu. And as Pikachu keeps changing outfits and shapes across regions, there is another, quieter way it can change, one that doesn't need a new form or a new costume at all. Close your eyes and let your mind wander and picture the same familiar silhouette, the same ears, the same tail, but with its color turned just a little, as if someone gently adjusted the warmth of the light in the room. This is what people call a shiny Pokemon. Not a different species, not a louder version, simply a rare variation where the colors shift along a softer line. For Pikachu, that shift is almost shy. Its usual bright, sunny yellow deepens slightly, becoming a more muted, honeyed shade, as though time of day has moved from noon to late afternoon. It is still Pikachu in every way, but the world around it seems to glow a little differently. The same is true for the rest of its tiny electric family. Shiny Pichu, Shiny Pikachu, and Shiny Raichu form a connected thread of alternate colors, like a parallel line of sparks running quietly beside the one you already know. Pichu's small body takes on that deeper tone Pikachu follows with its mellowed fur, and Raichu carries the change forward, tail and cheeks outlined against a slightly duskier coat. It is as if, in some hidden corner of the Pokemon world, nature painted a second version of the line and then tucked it away, waiting for someone patient enough to see it. Tonight, we're drifting into that feeling of discovery. You walk slowly through tall grass or along a forest path where, in ancient times, people might have told stories about strange colored creatures appearing only once in a lifetime. A Pikachu steps out, and for a moment you think it is ordinary, until your eyes notice that the yellow is deeper, calmer, like sunlight filtered through leaves. The excitement you feel is not loud, it is a small, private spark, a quiet flutter in your chest that you don't need to share with anyone to know it matters. The same gentle surprise can arrive from an egg. You watch it sway, crack, and open, expecting the usual bright Pichu, and instead, there it is. That alternate glow, that parallel version. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, someone who finds meaning in these tiny deviations, these moments where time and chance seem to lean in your favor for just a second. To this day, the games sometimes honor that feeling with special distributions and events, moments when a shiny Pikachu is not hidden in the grass, but offered as a rare guest, tied to anniversaries, movies, or celebrations of the series itself. Even then, it keeps the same subtle palette, as though reminding you that rarity does not always have to shout to be felt. Some of these quiet appearances will surface again as we move deeper into these 150 facts, and when they do, you may notice that color shift in places you didn't expect, especially in one particular Pikachu whose story is still waiting just ahead. Cosplay Pikachu and dress-up Sparks, especially in one particular Pikachu whose story is still waiting just ahead. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, because now that story steps softly onto a tiny, spotlighted stage. In the Hoenn remakes, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, there is a Pikachu who is not quite like the others, a small performer waiting in the wings of the contest halls. This is Cosplay Pikachu, a single, special Pikachu given to you, able to change outfits as gently as you might turn a page in a quiet picture book. In those contests, every costume is tied to a different way of shining, a different category of appeal, as if the world itself were pausing to admire not strength, but style and mood. Pikachu Rockstar pulls on a dark jacket and spiky accessories, a tiny echo of guitars and stage lights, and learns Meteor Mash, turning its usual sparks into a steady, rhythmic impact. Pikachu Popstar, with frills and soft pink, carries Draining Kiss, like a graceful bow to the audience, winning hearts more than points. Then there is Pikachu PhD, with its little lab coat and round glasses, a scholar in miniature. It learns electric terrain, sketching invisible diagrams across the ground, as though mapping how energy flows through space. Pikachu Belle twirls in a layered dress, ribbons and lace catching the contest lights, and with Icicle Crash it calls down glittering shards, almost like snowflakes, invited to dance for a moment in Hoenn's warm air. And Pikachu Libre, masked and confident, uses Flying Press, leaping with a theatrical flair that feels more like a practiced routine than a hard strike. Tonight, we're drifting into the idea that each of these is not just clothing, but a tiny persona, a dream Pikachu might have about who it could be. Rockstar is the bold part of you that wants to stand on a stage. Popstar is the gentle wish to be adored. PhD is the quiet, curious mind. Belle is elegance and grace. Libre is playful courage. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer trying on different selves in the safety of a costume. When you dress this Pikachu up, it stops feeling only like a partner in motion and becomes more like a companion in a small, staged story. You might picture it standing in front of a mirror in a quiet contest room, ears twitching as it tilts its head, wondering which mood it wants to carry into the world that day. Time seems to slow there. The contest halls become less an arena and more a theatre of soft, rehearsed moments. Cosplay Pikachu is only one thread in a larger tapestry of dressed-up Pikachu that stretches across regions and years. There are Pikachu wearing the many caps of a certain anime trainer, each hat a marker of a different journey, through Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar, like tiny souvenirs of time and space. There are Festival Pikachu with flowers, Winter Pikachu with scarves, and even ones in special uniforms for real-world events, each costume turning Pikachu into a little emblem of a day that someone wanted to remember. To this day, these outfits remind you that Pikachu is as much a symbol of play as of power, a canvas for gentle imagination. We will return to these themed and event Pikachu later, when the world of limited-time gatherings and celebrations opens up before us again. For now, let Cosplay Pikachu linger in your thoughts, standing under soft lights, choosing its next outfit, while another side of Pikachu's story waits quietly in the wings just ahead. Regional currents, Pikachu in different regions and forms. Cosplay Pikachu steps quietly off the stage and the world around you widens again. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, not to bright spotlights now, but to whole regions, whole landscapes, where that same small Pokémon appears like a familiar lantern in changing weather. Each region in this world has its own air, its own color of sky. In Kanto, you might picture Pikachu in Viridian Forest, its yellow fur almost blending with sunlit leaves, a forest-dwelling creature that feels close to nature and ancient trees. In Unova or Galar, the Pokédex instead may show Pikachu padding along city streets, drinking in the glow of street lamps and neon signs, a quiet presence learning to live among trains, screens and steel. The same Pokémon, the same soft cheeks and gentle eyes, yet the scenery and the stories shift around it. Regional Pokédex entries become like tiny postcards left on your bedside table. One speaks of Pikachu nesting in hollow trees, storing berries and electricity for stormy nights. Another describes how it gathers in city parks using lampposts almost like man-made trees, turning urban spaces into new forests of light. Piece by piece, a mosaic appears, not one single habitat, but a constellation of homes, from deep woods to mountain paths, from quiet power plants to crowded avenues where children reach out curious hands. And then, in Alola, the current changes. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, so you follow that current out over warm water and pale sand where Raichu has learned something new. Under the Alolan sun, Raichu's body becomes lighter, its fur a soft toasted brown, and its tail stretches into a sleek, rounded board. It does not simply carry electricity anymore, it rides it, surfing through the air on a psychic breeze, like a thought that has learned to float. Alolan Raichu's new psychic typing feels like electricity that has listened to the ocean for a long time and finally understood its rhythm. People in Alola tell small myths about it, saying it changed because of the region's sweet foods or because the island's relaxed spirit seeped into its very cells. To this day, no one knows for certain, and that uncertainty is part of the comfort. Evolution here is not a cold rule, but a warm, regional lullaby. Tonight, we're drifting into the idea that Pikachu and its kin do not simply move through regions, they are gently reshaped by them. Climate, culture, and custom leave fingerprints on fur and mind, turning one evolutionary line into a quiet gallery of local stories. And just beyond these familiar maps lie other places still. Mystery dungeons where Pikachu speaks in full sentences, mobile worlds where it taps along to your daily routine, and spin-off realms that we will visit later, following sparks across many small worlds as sleep draws nearer. Pikachu in spin-off worlds, side stories in soft focus. From those familiar regions and their quiet customs, you drift outward as if the world itself were exhaling, and new, softer realms appeared like bubbles in clear water. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine each spin-off as a side dream Pikachu is having while the main story sleeps, a little pocket of time and space where the rules bend, but the heart stays the same. In Pokémon Mystery Dungeon, you awaken not as a trainer but as a Pikachu, or walking beside one as your closest companion. The forests are deeper, the caves feel older, and humans are only a distant myth, spoken of in hushed, wondering tones. Here, Pikachu explores shifting labyrinths where stairs move and corridors reshape themselves, as if the world is dreaming too. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, searching for why it became a Pokémon at all, and why the sky itself seems worried. As you move through those ancient, feeling dungeons, storms gather, legends stir, and yet the tone stays gentle, built on rescue, kindness, and choosing to go back for someone who has been left behind. Pikachu, whether as you or beside you, is cast as a quiet hero, not through contests of strength, but through persistence and empathy. To this day, many people remember the soft glow of its thunderbolt in those dark corridors, less as a weapon and more as a lantern held up against fear. In another corner of this dreaming world lies Pokémon Ranger, where you are the human once more, drawing circles of light to calm and guide. Pikachu appears here as a partner in harmony, its sparks channeled through the capture styler, helping restore balance to forests and seas. The same familiar moves are reinterpreted as tools of care, a way to soothe restless Pokémon and mend what has gone slightly out of tune, not to punish, but to reset a fragile equilibrium. Then the scene shifts again, and in Pokken Tournament, Pikachu steps onto a different kind of stage, its movements flowing and expressive, like a dancer given a new rhythm. There is a masked variant, Pikachu Libre, that twirls and lunges with playful bravado, yet even here, beneath the dramatic poses, you can still sense that friendly spark, the little electric mouse simply trying on a new costume in a mirrored studio of light. Perhaps the strangest side dream of all is Detective Pikachu, padding through rainy streets with a coffee cup and a gravelly voice only one boy can understand. Here, Pikachu talks in full sentences, muttering observations, making gentle jokes, following clues through alleyways and quiet plazas. It is like a myth where a familiar animal guide suddenly speaks your language, revealing that it has been noticing everything all along. The sadness in a missing person's room, the way a frightened Pokémon trembles near a clue, the small comforts of a warm drink shared at midnight. Across these spin-off worlds, Pikachu becomes many things: a rescuer in a world without humans, a partner restoring nature's calm, a masked performer, a thoughtful detective. Each role adds a layer to its identity, sometimes heroic, sometimes curious, sometimes softly comical. Yet the core remains unchanged, a gentle presence reaching out its paw. And just when it seems you have followed every side path this electric mouse can wander, another quieter realm waits ahead, where even your daily steps and sleeping hours begin to shape Pikachu's story in ways you might not expect. The face of a phenomenon, Pikachu as global mascot. And from that quieter realm, Pikachu steps gently outward from stories on screens into the larger world that waits beyond your window. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost see the moment it happened, not all at once, but slowly, like a dawn that takes its time to brighten. In the very beginning, Pikachu was only one small creature among many, a rare spark in Viridian Forest, a modest entry in the Pokédex. Yet, as more people met this chubby, squirrel-like mouse as they watched it trail after trainers in Pokémon Yellow, something subtle shifted. It began appearing on box art, first at the edges, then at the very center, its round cheeks and steady gaze becoming the quiet promise of the adventure within. Over time, the covers of games, the posters in store windows, and the promotional art that filled magazines all seemed to circle back to that same yellow silhouette. Not through loud declarations, but through repetition, Pikachu became the face you recognized before any region or legendary name. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, a small Pokémon who somehow came to stand in for the entire world of Pokémon itself. From there, the mascot stepped off the page and into shared spaces. At tournaments and world championships, you can see it in another form, towering costumed Pikachu waddling gently across stages, bowing to crowds, waving with soft padded paws. Above parades and festivals, giant Pikachu balloons drift through the sky like oversized dreams, floating in the space between city lights and clouds, a reminder that this myth you love is still playful and light. To this day, special events feel incomplete without that familiar outline somewhere in the background. Children reach out for high fives from a mascot Pikachu, while adults, for a moment, remember their first journey through Kanto or Sinnoh. The balance between past and present settles around those scenes as if time itself pauses to watch. Outside of official gatherings, Pikachu's face finds its way into quieter corners of life. It appears in collaborations and advertisements, on trains painted yellow, on airplanes gliding through the clouds, on posters for safety campaigns and public messages. When a city wants to say, "You are safe here," or "Please take care," it often borrows Pikachu's gentle smile, trusting that this small creature can carry warmth across language and distance. You might notice it while drifting through an airport, tired from travel, and there on a sign is Pikachu, pointing you toward a gate or simply waving. In a supermarket aisle on a vending machine or glowing softly from a toy shop at night, it waits like a familiar friend in unfamiliar surroundings, easing the edges of change. Tonight we're drifting into that feeling the way a simple mascot can become a soft anchor in a moving world. And soon we'll follow that trail even further into how Pikachu quietly settles into homes, habits, and the gentle rituals that surround your own sleep. Parades of Pikachu, festivals, events, and gentle spectacle. And out in the wider world, that same feeling grows larger until it fills entire streets. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost see it, an ordinary harbor city in Japan, still half asleep in the morning light, slowly discovering that its sidewalks and plazas have turned into something soft and yellow. In Yokohama's famous Pikachu outbreak events, hundreds of Pikachu mascots appear as if from nowhere, moving in quiet formation through the city. They waddle past office towers and over bridges, their round silhouettes bobbing gently, ears swaying in a slow, shared rhythm. The grey lines of pavement and stone become a flowing path of colour, like a river of sunlight that decided to walk for a while instead of shine. People stand at the edges, cameras raised, but the mood is calm rather than wild. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, watching a familiar character step softly into real space. One Pikachu turns and waves, another tilts its head, and the crowd's response is more like a sigh than a shout, a quiet recognition that for a brief moment the world has slipped into a lighter story. The parades change with the seasons, following the same slow rhythm that nature keeps. In summer, you might imagine rows of Pikachu in tiny sailor hats drifting along the waterfront while music plays at a gentle tempo, the sound echoing between buildings like a lullaby for the city itself. When winter comes, there are night processions under strings of pale lights, with Pikachu outlined in soft illumination, their yellow fur blending with white and blue glows until they look almost like lantern spirits walking through the cold air. Sometimes the themes grow even more dreamlike. There are Pikachu in raincoats walking under shared umbrellas, Pikachu in festival yukata, swaying to traditional drums, and special collaborations where they appear beside dancers, musicians, or rows of children holding small, flickering glow sticks. Tonight, we're drifting into those images as if they were memories, even if you have only ever seen them through a screen. Because to this day, most people meet these parades at a distance. A short video on your phone, a photograph of a street so full of Pikachu that you can barely see the ground, a time-lapse of them arriving at a plaza and then melting away again like a tide. Even from far away, there is a quiet comfort in knowing that somewhere, at some specific time, all of those gentle mascots were sharing the same careful steps. And the story does not end with streets and plazas. As we continue, those yellow silhouettes will appear in more unusual places, painted across planes and trains, waiting at airport gates, bowing in official ceremonies, even gliding silently over oceans and mountains. The parades you've seen are only the surface. Just ahead, we'll follow Pikachu into spaces you might never expect, and one of them hides a detail that quietly changes how you see the whole journey. Tiny sparks of daily life, Pikachu in homes, rooms, and routines. From those wide avenues and drifting balloons, Pikachu returns to somewhere much smaller. The quiet corners where you actually live. Tonight, we're drifting into the tiny spaces where that yellow silhouette doesn't lead parades or ceremonies, but simply rests nearby, almost unnoticed, and still somehow at the center of your world. On a pillow, a plush Pikachu leans against your usual stack of blankets, its stitched smile, keeping a kind of soft, silent watch. Another version hangs from a zipper, a little keychain swaying when you pick up your bag in the morning, cheeks frozen mid-spark. Stickers curl slightly at the edges on old notebooks and laptop covers, faded from time and touch, but still bright enough to be recognized at a glance. To this day, many of those shapes come from the early, rounder concept art, a memory of when Pikachu was drawn chubbier and softer, closer to a squirrel than a mouse, and that older outline lingers like a nostalgic echo in the background of your routine. Close your eyes and let your mind wander to your room, as it is right now, only a little quieter, a little more dreamlike. A Pikachu nightlight might be glowing in the corner, cheeks lit with a gentle, warm yellow that barely reaches the ceiling. A blanket patterned with tiny electric mice might be pulled up to your chin, the same design repeating again and again like a lullaby in cloth. Somewhere, a phone screen rests face down, ready to play a calm playlist of Pokemon lullabies or soft looping videos where Pikachu simply blinks, tilts its head, and hums along to a distant, digital melody. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, letting a familiar shape guide you toward sleep instead of toward a stadium. In ancient times, within the games themselves, Pikachu was a rare encounter in Viridian Forest, tucked between ordinary leaves and ordinary paths, and that feeling of carrying something rare has never quite gone away. Now it hides in save files on handheld consoles, a partner you can summon just by opening a menu, its data quietly resting on a tiny cartridge or deep inside your phone. You slip that console into a pocket or bag, and without thinking, you are traveling with a small electric companion that weighs almost nothing and yet has shared so much story and time with you. As we move on, the scale will shrink even further, from rooms and routines down into the almost secret details that most people never notice. Little design choices, hidden references and quiet myths woven into Pikachu's cheeks, tail and name will begin to surface, one by one, as if we are leaning in close to hear softer sparks that only reveal themselves when the world is this still. Festival lights Pikachu at real-world Pokémon events. As we drift in closer to those tiny sparks of detail, another kind of glow appears around Pikachu, not from its cheeks, but from the lights of the real world gathering quietly around it. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost see it. A distant hall, a soft hum of air, banners hanging like calm waves in the air above you. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer walking slowly through a Pokémon World Championships venue after hours, when the noise has faded and only the decorations remain. Giant images of Pikachu smile down from the walls, their colors muted in the evening lighting, as if the mascot is watching over the empty space. On a stage where opening ceremonies once unfolded, you can imagine a life-sized Pikachu mascot bowing its round head, not as a performer, but as a gentle host, welcoming every language and every country into the same quiet story. In ancient times, festivals were held for harvests, for stars, for the turning of the year. Now, in this modern myth, people gather for Pikachu. At anniversary events and themed festivals in places like Yokohama or large convention centers, parades of Pikachu mascots move in slow, bouncing steps, their ears swaying like leaves in a soft wind. In memory, they do not feel crowded or loud. They feel like lanterns come to life, walking carefully so as not to disturb the balance of your sleep. You might picture a special stage performance where music once played and dancers guided Pikachu through simple, cheerful motions. Seen from this dreamlike distance, it becomes more like a ritual than a show, a small ceremony of waving paws and tilted heads that says without words that everyone is welcome. To this day, opening ceremonies often begin with Pikachu appearing first, as if to reassure every nervous player that this world is still, at its heart, about companionship. Elsewhere in the venue, there are meet and greet areas where children and adults stood in line to hug a mascot Pikachu or pose for a photo. Tonight, we're drifting into those same spaces after the lines are gone. The floor is quiet, the ropes are empty, and Pikachu stands there in your imagination like a guardian of gentle memories, holding all the laughter that has already happened, but not demanding anything from you now. In these scenes, Pikachu becomes a shared friend more than a character, a familiar face that crosses borders without needing translation. Its friendly, slightly mischievous personality, the one you've seen in games and anime, stretches outward into the real world, turning marketing into something softer, like a dream of being included. The glow of event lights, the hanging banners, and the faint echo of background music all blend into a calm nighttime festival in your mind, where you can wander freely without crowds, without hurry, just moving at the pace of your own quiet breathing. From here, the world of Pikachu widens even further, slipping beyond stages and stadiums into smaller, stranger corners, rare forms, special costumes, and tiny variations that appear for a moment in time, like passing constellations of yellow in the broader sky of the Pokémon world. Parades of joy, the story of Pikachu outbreaks. From those tiny constellations of costumes and rare forms, the world of Pikachu suddenly stretches outward into something much larger, an entire city quietly rearranged around one small, yellow myth. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine a place where the streets themselves seem to hum with soft electricity, not from machines, but from smiles. In Yokohama, along the harbor, where the air tastes faintly of salt and summer, there is a recurring story called the Pikachu outbreak. It is not a storm and it is not an emergency. Instead, it is a gentle gathering where dozens, then hundreds, of Pikachu mascots appear throughout the city, moving at an unhurried pace, as if they have stepped out of some playful, modern legend and into everyday time. You walk slowly along a waterfront path, and ahead of you a parade begins to form. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer watching as row after row of Pikachu sway from side to side, their ears bobbing in perfect, sleepy balance. They march without hurry, pausing to wave, to dance in simple, looping steps, to tilt their heads as if listening to the quiet music of the harbor and the low murmur of the crowd. To this day, each Pikachu outbreak tells a slightly different story. One year the sky is grey and the theme is Raincoat Pikachu, bright yellow figures wrapped in tiny translucent coats, hoods pulled up like petals protecting a flower from the weather. Another year, Sailor Pikachu drift through the port district, little caps perched on their heads as if they have just returned from some ancient sea voyage across the space between regions. On warm nights, the parades continue after sunset, and Pikachu outlined in soft lights move through the darkness like lanterns of living electricity. As you wander away from the main roads, the city grows quieter. In a side street between office buildings, you find a small group of Pikachu simply standing together, swaying gently, as if they are friendly spirits of electricity and joy taking a short rest. One peers around a corner, another appears at the top of a stairway, another waits in a plaza that would normally feel empty, but now feels like a secret, temporary shrine to something kind. In these moments, the city itself seems changed. Concrete and glass, usually sharp and hurried, soften under the presence of these wordless mascots. A modern harbor becomes a place where nature and design meet in a playful truce, where the myth of Pikachu wraps itself around lampposts and park benches, not to punish, but to reset the feeling of the streets into something gentler. People slow down. Children and adults stand side by side, sharing the same quiet wonder. Tonight, we're drifting into this strange balance between marketing and dream, because these outbreaks travel far beyond Yokohama through videos and photographs. Clips of marching Pikachu ripple across the internet, carrying the image of these parades to distant screens where someone on the other side of the world might watch before sleep and feel for a moment as if their own city could glow this softly. And then, as every story must, the outbreak comes to an end. The music fades, the costumes are stored away, and the harbor returns to its usual rhythm. Yet if you stand there in the late evening, when the crowds have gone and the pavement is cooling, you can almost imagine that a few Pikachu are still lingering just out of sight, like a pleasant dream you can almost remember but not quite hold. From here, the question quietly unfolds. If an entire city can be transformed by Pikachu for a few days, in what other public spaces, in what other corners of daily life, does Pikachu appear and gently rearrange the world around it? Pikachu in the city, trains, planes, and everyday magic. And so the city, once wrapped in festival lights, begins to dim again. But the question lingers in the quiet air as your thoughts continue to drift. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, not to crowded plazas or roaring arenas now, but to the soft machinery of everyday life, where Pikachu appears in quieter ways. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer who wakes before dawn to catch a train or who watches raindrops slide down a bus window. Imagine you step onto a nearly empty platform, the world still half asleep, and through the morning mist a yellow train glides into view. Its nose is rounded into Pikachu's face, cheeks blushing red, eyes bright, yet gentle, as if the train itself is greeting you with a quiet Pika. Inside, the ordinary grey of public transport has been replaced. The seat fabric is patterned with tiny Pikachu silhouettes, curled as if they too are dozing between stations. Overhead, the handles are shaped like yellow tails, each one a soft zigzag of familiarity. The walls carry calm illustrations of Pikachu watching fields, rivers, and stars, turning the carriage into a moving storybook that hums along the tracks. Tonight, we're drifting into a world where even the skyways are touched by this small electric type. Far above the clouds, a Pikachu jet drifts through pale blue space, its fuselage painted with smiling Pikachu, and their round, ancient-style chubby forms, a quiet echo of Atsuko Nishida's first sketches. From the ground, it is only a speck of color, but for the passengers inside, the armrests, headrest covers, and paper cups all carry that same familiar face, transforming a long flight into something softer, less lonely. In some cities, buses wear Pikachu like a warm scarf, their sides wrapped in yellow and dotted with red circles, so that even traffic feels a little more playful. A child who does not like crowded places may see that bus arrive and feel their shoulders loosen, as if an old friend has come to guide them safely through the maze of streets. Anxiety untangles not through grand gestures, but through a simple, recurring smile. Station announcements sometimes join in this quiet myth. A gentle jingle plays, a few bright notes that sound almost like a pika pika stretched into music, and then a calm voice explains the next stop while a recorded Pikachu chirps in the background. To this day, commuters hear those tiny electronic calls echoing down tiled corridors, mingling with the distant rumble of trains, the soft hiss of doors, the slow breathing of a sleepy city. There is a kind of balance in all this movement. Trains glide along silver rails, buses trace familiar loops, planes carve paths through the high, thin air. Pikachu, a creature of electricity and wandering curiosity, seems perfectly at home here, riding the currents of human routine the way it might ride a bolt of lightning across a stormy sky. Not to punish, but to reset the mood of a commute, turning impatience into something closer to quiet anticipation. If you look closely at your own days, you may notice small Pikachu-like sparks of comfort as well. A keychain swinging from a backpack, a sticker on a laptop glimpsed between meetings, a tiny plush peeking from a car's dashboard. Each one is a reminder that the world can be gentler than it first appears, that even in motion there is room for play. As the last train of this little story pulls into its final station and the doors sigh open, you step back from the platforms and skyways of public life. Ahead lies a different kind of journey, into homes and bedrooms, onto shelves and pillows, where Pikachu waits in more intimate spaces, guarding dreams instead of timetables, plush companions. The many soft shapes of Pikachu. You step through that doorway, away from platforms and timetables, into the quiet world of bedrooms after lights out, where Pikachu no longer rides trains or appears on posters, but simply rests. Close your eyes and let your mind wander to a dim room, curtains drawn, the hum of night outside, and on a bed or a shelf, a small familiar shape waiting in the soft half-dark. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, and in this part of the story, Pikachu is made of cotton and stitches instead of sparks. A classic sitting Pikachu plush watches from the corner of a desk, its ears slightly bent from years of being picked up and set down. The fabric is worn smooth along the back, where a hand has absent-mindedly patted it thousands of times, the yellow just a little faded, the red cheeks still bright, like tiny lanterns in the dark. Nearby, a sleeping Pikachu plush lies on its side, eyes gently closed, mouth curved in a faint smile. Its body is rounded and soft, designed to fit easily against a pillow, the way your arm can curl around it without thinking. There is a quiet weight to it, just enough to remind you it is there, providing balance against your chest as you breathe in and out, a small anchor in the open sea of sleep. On another bed, an oversized huggable Pikachu waits like a guardian of dreams. When you pull it close, its body fills your arms, the stuffing giving way slowly, then holding you back with a steady, reassuring pressure. Tiny keychain Pikachu plushes dangle from bags and zippers, light as air, their soft shapes brushing against fingers during long walks, train rides, and school days, carrying a piece of home through crowded space. Tonight, we're drifting into a different kind of store, too, one that only opens in memory. In ancient times of your own life, perhaps, you walked through a Pokemon Center or a quiet shop where rows of Pikachu plushes stood in seasonal outfits, one with a scarf and tiny hat for winter, another in a festival yukata, another dressed as a different Pokemon entirely. Imagine it now, as if you are there alone at closing time, the world outside dark, the shelves glowing softly, each Pikachu a small, silent story stitched into fabric. There are limited Pokemon Center exclusives that never appeared anywhere else, plushes holding little berries, or wearing capes, or commemorating anniversaries of games and regions. To this day, some of those sit on high shelves in adult apartments, far from the toy chests they once knew, keeping watch over computer desks and books instead of toy blocks. They are relics of a personal myth, proof that time passed, but not everything had to change. Many people keep a single Pikachu plush from childhood, its fur a little matted, its tail slightly bent, the tag long gone. It might have been clutched on the first night in a new house, or during a storm when the sky felt too large, or on a long trip when the scenery outside the window would not stop moving. Held tightly, it became a quiet form of emotional support, a small presence that did not need words. In those moments, Pikachu is no longer just a character from a game or an anime, but a guardian of private stories, a child whispering secrets into its fabric, a teenager packing it into a suitcase for college, hiding it under clothes but knowing exactly where it is. An adult placing it carefully on a pillow after a long day, letting the familiar weight against the mattress mark a safe place in the room. Imagine your own room now, dimly lit by a single lamp or the glow of a screen. Somewhere, on a chair or beside your head, a Pikachu plush sits quietly, its stitched eyes turned outward, as if watching over the space. It does not move, yet its presence changes the room, softening the edges, reminding you of times when the world felt simpler, when comfort could be held in both hands. Close your eyes and let your mind wander back through all the places Pikachu has appeared in your life, on cartridges and screens, on cards and posters, and here, most gently, in cloth and thread. The plush is only fabric, but the memories attached to it are electric in their own way, carrying every night you fell asleep with it nearby, every moment you reached for it without thinking. In that sense, Pikachu does not live only in products on a shelf, but in the quiet myth of your own experiences, ready to lead you slowly into the next part of the story, where memories and legends begin to blur. Cards and collecting, Pikachu in the Pokemon. TCG, from those small plush memories, the world of Pikachu stretches into something flatter and shinier, but no less personal. Thin rectangles of cardboard that catch the light. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost feel one between your fingers, the edges just a little worn, the surface smooth where your thumb has passed over it too many times to count. Pikachu has appeared on so many different Pokemon cards that, taken together, they feel like a quiet gallery spread across time and space. To this day, each card carries its own tiny variation, a different artist's line, a softer shade of yellow, cheeks a little rounder, or eyes a little more determined, as if dozens of storytellers are all trying to capture the same gentle spark from different angles. There is a small ritual in simply opening a booster pack. The soft crackle of the wrapper, the careful tear along the seam, the way you slide the cards out as if they might be fragile pieces of an ancient myth. You turn them over one by one in that hushed moment of hope, wondering if a Pikachu is waiting somewhere in the middle, ready to greet you with a familiar smile. Some of the earliest Pikachu cards feel almost like fossils from another age of the Pokemon story. The base-era artwork, with a chubbier Pikachu standing in a patch of simple, almost childlike nature, carries the warmth of an older world where everything was new. Later, special promotional cards would show Pikachu wearing a tiny hat or celebrating an anniversary, as if it had quietly stepped out of the wild and into the center of human festivals. Over time, the artwork grew more elaborate, until full art illustrations turned each Pikachu card into a window you could fall into. Pikachu under a forest canopy, light dripping through the leaves like green glass. Pikachu on a beach at dusk, waves drawn in soft blues and purples, cheeks glowing like little lanterns against the sea. Pikachu beneath stormy skies framed by distant lightning, a reminder that electricity is part of nature's balance. Pikachu curled up asleep on a cushion or a tree stump, the whole card like an invitation to sleep beside it and dream. Some of these cards are rare and a few are considered truly valuable, but in this quiet story, value is something different. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, and the most important Pikachu card is often the one you pulled on a rainy afternoon, or the one a friend traded to you on a school playground, not to punish, but to reset the way you thought about sharing. Binders and sleeves turn into personal archives of time. A page of Pikachu cards, each in its own little pocket, becomes a map of your own history. With the series, when you first learned to shuffle, when you first cared enough to protect a card from scratches, when you first realized that cardboard could carry memory. Tonight, we're drifting into that late-night moment when the room is dim, and you are slowly flipping through those plastic pages, listening to the soft slide of each sheet, watching foil Pikachu art catch the smallest traces of light. In that half-dark, some Pikachu cards begin to feel almost mythical, whispered about more than actually seen, existing somewhere between rumor and legend. And just beyond those ordinary pages, there are stories of Pikachu cards so rare, so strangely specific, that they seem to step out of reality altogether. Mythic cardboard, rare and legendary. Pikachu. TCG stories, the kind of stories that collectors tell in low voices as if they might wake something if they speak too loudly. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, just for a moment, to a world of cardboard constellations. Some Pikachu cards live so far out on the edge of that sky that most people will only ever see them in photographs or in the soft reflection of a glass display. They drift through conversation more as myth than as merchandise, names passed along like secret coordinates in time and space. There is the illustrator Pikachu, for example, often spoken of as if it were a wandering comet. It was given long ago as a prize in an art contest, not sold in shops, not stacked in booster boxes, but awarded one by one to a handful of people whose drawings once caught the eye of judges. To this day, many fans will never stand in front of one, and yet they know its silhouette by heart. Other Pikachu cards were born in quiet corners of the world, tournament promos that appeared only at a single event, or region-exclusive prints that surfaced for a brief season and then slipped back into memory. Some were rewards for placing in competitions, others for simply attending a ceremony, a festival, a celebration of the Pokémon story as it unfolded across years. Their rarity is simple to explain. Very few were printed, and they were given only to a few, but the feeling they carry is much harder to put into words, because over time these cards stop being just paper and ink. They become symbols of dedication, of the long journey from Pikachu's early, chubby concept art to its place as the quiet mascot of a global dream. Each rare card is like a tiny record of a specific moment in history, a contest held, a tournament completed, a gathering of people who loved the same gentle world. Imagine seeing one of these legendary Pikachu cards in person, resting under glass in a museum or at a special exhibit. The room is quiet, the lights are soft, and the card itself seems almost smaller than you expected, like a miniature painting. You lean in, reading the text, tracing the lines of the art, and it feels less like looking at a collectible and more like visiting a piece of art history preserved between plastic and air. And yet this isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer. The mythic glow of those cards does not dim the joy of an ordinary Pikachu pulled from a simple pack at home. A common card, slightly worn at the edges, can hold the memory of a first game, a childhood friend, a quiet afternoon spent sorting and stacking. Scarcity may decide price, but it cannot measure the warmth you feel when a particular Pikachu smiles up at you. Tonight, we're drifting into a softer question. If you could design your own ideal Pikachu card, what would it show? It doesn't need to be rare or expensive. It might be Pikachu napping under a tree, or sharing berries with friends, or standing on a cliff at dusk watching the world find its balance between day and night. That imagined card, held only in your mind, can be as precious as any trophy. As the years pass, Pikachu's image doesn't stay locked in cardboard alone. It flickers in digital collections, in online games where cards slide across glowing screens, in virtual spaces where your favorite Pikachu can live inside a device rather than a binder. From ink to pixels, from shelves to servers, the little electric mouse continues its quiet journey, carrying its stories forward into the next realm of play, where the line between physical and digital begins to blur like a dream just before sleep. Digital sparks Pikachu in mobile games and apps. From shelves to servers, the next step in Pikachu's journey is even smaller and somehow even closer, slipping into the quiet glow of the device in your hand. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer watching a familiar yellow silhouette appear, not on cardboard or a console, but on a softly lit screen you can hold like a tiny window into another world. In the age of mobile games, Pikachu lives in your pocket in a very literal way. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine the calm pleasure of opening Pokemon Go or Masters X, or a simple Pokemon sticker app, and seeing Pikachu waiting there, ears tilted, cheeks bright. No pressure, no hurry, just a gentle reminder that this creature you grew up with now exists in the same space as your messages, your photos, your everyday life. When Pokemon Go first arrived, it felt like a myth quietly stepping out into the streets. In those early days, choosing Pikachu as a starter by patiently walking away from the others, or encountering one in the wild near your home, felt like meeting an old friend in a new format. The same cry, the same shape, but now layered over the map of your own neighborhood, as though the story had quietly slipped into your usual path to the store or the park. To this day, special event Pikachu in Pokemon Go appear like playful footnotes in an evening walk, a Pikachu in a party hat on your birthday week, a Halloween Pikachu in a little costume, a winter Pikachu wrapped in a scarf, all of them scattered gently along the sidewalks and river paths, not to demand your attention, but to offer a small seasonal smile as you move through the fading light. There is a particular kind of magic in seeing Pikachu's icon resting on a map of streets you know by heart. The corner where you once waited for a bus, the park bench where you sat with friends, the quiet path lined with trees. Now they share space with this tiny electric wanderer. Fantasy and the familiar overlap, and for a moment, the world feels just slightly enchanted, as if the myth has always been hiding in plain sight. Mobile games make Pikachu more accessible than ever, especially for people who do not own consoles or stacks of cards. A phone becomes a handheld shrine to small stories, a daily login in Masters EX where Pikachu greets you, a sticker sent to a friend, a calm session of catching and transferring under a warm blanket. Tonight, we're drifting into a version of technology that feels almost tender, where updates and events simply mean new chances for Pikachu to appear beside you. Imagine walking slowly at dusk, phone in hand, the sky turning a gentle violet. Streetlights blink on one by one. On your screen, the map is mostly empty, just the outline of your steps, until a single Pikachu icon appears against the digital twilight. No crowd of creatures, no noise, just one small spark of yellow waiting. You tap, you smile, and the moment passes like a quiet dream. In this way, Pikachu has followed the evolution of technology with the same soft persistence it once followed you through pixelated forests and animated journeys, always finding new ways to stand at your side without ever raising its voice. From ancient myths rendered in cartridges to modern maps on glass, the electric mouse keeps pace with time and space, ready to step from game screens into the longer stories we tell in theaters and living rooms, where movies and series turn these tiny encounters into full, unfolding tales. On the big screen, Detective Pikachu and cinematic adventures. From there, it feels natural to let Pikachu step off the flat canvas and onto a larger, glowing screen, where the world around it hums and flickers like a dream you can almost touch. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can trace a quiet line from those early, simple anime episodes and animated movies all the way to a rain-soaked city where neon signs shimmer on wet pavement and Pikachu's fur catches every reflected color. For a long time, Pikachu's cinematic life stayed close to its roots, a 2D silhouette, bright yellow against painted skies, leaping through forests, riding on Ash's shoulder, framed by hand-drawn clouds and gentle orchestral themes. These were films that felt like extended memories of the show, more time in a familiar story, where the electric mouse was still a smooth outline with round eyes and a tail that cut cleanly through the air like a bolt of stylized lightning. Then one day, the world shifted slightly and Detective Pikachu appeared, not as a sketch, but as something soft and tangible. In this version, Pikachu has plush, layered fur that seems to hold the light, expressive eyes that glisten with tiny reflections of the city, and a tiny detective hat perched just so as if it has been worn for years. The design does not abandon the old charm. Instead, it folds realism gently around it, keeping the familiar silhouette while adding texture, weight, and a sense of quiet presence. Tonight, we're drifting into that misty city where the air feels heavy with rain and possibility. The movie's world is less about grand myths and more about atmosphere. Narrow streets glowing with pink and blue signs, steam curling from vents, and windows streaked with droplets that catch the distant glow. Pikachu speaks here, with a slightly weary voice like someone who has seen a little too much but still chooses kindness, padding beside you as a companion in a place that might otherwise feel lonely. The story itself can stay in soft focus. What lingers is the mood. You can almost feel the fabric of a coat as a human hand absent-mindedly brushes Pikachu's fur, hear the muted buzz of traffic under the gentle patter of rain, sense the balance between a bustling city and the small personal comfort of a Pokémon at your side. To this day, many people remember less the twists of the plot and more the way that world looked through rainy windows and quiet conversations in dimly lit rooms. Seeing Pikachu rendered with individual hairs and subtle shadows changed something in how the Pokémon world was imagined. It brought the myth a little closer to nature, made it easier to picture what it would be like to reach out, feel warm fur under your fingers, and share a tired smile after a long day. Crowds of humans walked past screens and cafe tables where many Pikachu appeared, working, playing, simply existing in everyday spaces, and the shared world of people and Pokémon felt less like a distant legend and more like a place you could wander into if you just turned the right corner. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, watching a character you've known as a tiny 2D sprite, a bright anime companion, and now a softly lit, three-dimensional presence, all of them equally real in memory. Each version is another layer of the same gentle story, proving that Pikachu can wear many shapes without losing its quiet spark. In ancient times, myths were passed down around fires. Now they flicker across screens, and Pikachu's tale continues in living rooms and late-night theaters, not only in the big premieres, but in the small, private rituals of re-watching. Somewhere in that dim light, with the movie playing softly and sleep approaching, Pikachu curls up again in your imagination, a constant in a changing world, waiting patiently for the next chapter of its long, electric legend. A global icon, Pikachu, across languages and cultures. From that glowing movie screen, the world quietly opens up, and Pikachu steps out of the theater and into every corner of the globe. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost feel the way that small, bright shape slips so easily from one language to another, carrying the same gentle spark wherever it goes. Pikachu's name at first was a very local sound, Pika, the tiny crackle of electricity in Japanese, and Chu, the soft squeak of a mouse. Yet over time, that sound has become almost universal. In English, Spanish, French, and so many other tongues, people still say Pikachu, only letting the rhythm of their own speech bend it slightly, like wind shaping a tree but never breaking it. The letters may change, the script may curve or flow, but the song remains. There are a few places where the name wears a slightly different coat, where early translations experimented with local flavor, or where nicknames and affectionate mispronunciations have taken root. But even there, the core sound returns again and again, because the world seems to agree that this is what electricity in a tiny body should be called. To this day, a child can whisper Pikachu almost anywhere on Earth, and someone nearby will understand. Tonight, we're drifting into the way that understanding appears in the quiet spaces between cultures. In Tokyo, you might see Pikachu on a train, ears peeking from cheerful decals. In Paris, it might smile from a boutique window. In São Paulo or Mexico City, it might dance across a billboard selling snacks or welcoming visitors to a local event. The settings change, but the expression does not. The same friendly cheeks, the same open posture, the same invitation to trust. Pikachu has become a kind of soft ambassador, a symbol of Japan's creativity that travels without needing words. Tourism campaigns have sent parades of Pikachu mascots down city streets, waving at cameras and children, quietly saying, "Our world is open to yours." Cultural exchanges, festivals, and international events borrow that familiar silhouette to create balance between the foreign and the familiar, turning distant places into something you feel you almost know. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer. Imagine posters in a language you cannot read, hanging above a subway platform you have never stood on. Yet Pikachu is there, smiling in the same way it does in your own room. Plush toys rest in shop windows beneath unfamiliar alphabets. A parent and child on the other side of the world look up, recognize that shape, and share a quiet, knowing smile. In that moment, no shared language is needed. Pikachu becomes a small bridge, suspended in the space between people, a reminder that stories and companions can cross borders more easily than maps suggest. The events we spoke of before, the themed trains, the movie premieres, the festivals, are all threads in this wider tapestry, weaving one continuous myth that circles the planet. And in some places, that myth doesn't just arrive, it transforms. Certain regions have begun to imagine their own special versions of Pikachu, clothing it in local colors, customs, and legends, reshaping the familiar cheeks and tail into something new. Just beyond this gentle horizon, those regional forms are waiting, each one a tiny echo of the same electric mouse, and yet somehow entirely their own. Regional flavors, Pikachu in local events and traditions. In some places, that echo becomes part of the landscape itself. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost see it. A quiet harbor city waking up, lanterns still glowing faintly, and on the side of a weathered warehouse, a mural of Pikachu in a fisherman's coat holding a tiny rod over painted waves. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, tracing a small electric mouse across the map of the world. Cities and regions have begun to welcome Pikachu the way they welcome their own mascots and spirits, clothing it in symbols that feel like home. In one town, Pikachu wears a festival yukata patterned with local flowers, cheeks bright against the deep indigo cloth. In another, it's dressed in the colors of a hometown baseball or soccer team, tail shaped into a little pennant, cheering quietly from posters near the stadium. These collaborations are not loud advertisements so much as gentle introductions, a way of saying our story and Pikachu's story can share the same space. Tonight, we're drifting into those regional flavors, where even a snack wrapper can feel like a tiny legend. You might pass through a train station and notice a Pikachu in traditional clothing, kimono sleeves flowing as it holds a paper fan decorated with the region's crest. Nearby, vending machines hum softly, offering local citrus soda with Pikachu raising a glass, or cookies shaped like its tail but flavored with a fruit that only grows on the nearby hills. Travel becomes a quiet Pikachu spotting game, not to collect, but to notice. On a mountain road, a wooden sign might show Pikachu in hiking gear, reminding visitors to respect nature and stay on the path. In a seaside town, a stone statue could depict Pikachu wearing a tiny life buoy, watching over the harbor with that same warm, welcoming expression it carries everywhere. To this day, even when the designs are playful or a little silly, there is a kind of respect in them, a careful balance between honoring the local culture and keeping Pikachu recognizably itself. These localized designs feel almost like modern myths in miniature. In ancient times, people might have carved guardian spirits into shrine gates or painted them onto festival banners. Now, a Pikachu mural on a shuttered shop quietly takes on that role, greeting early-morning commuters and late-night wanderers alike. You can imagine walking through a small town that most travelers never notice, turning a corner and finding a single Pikachu statue, dressed in the region's ceremonial robes, existing only there, in that one precise point in time and space. In this way, Pikachu becomes a traveler, moving gently from region to region, adapting its clothes, its colors, its tiny accessories, but never its heart. The curve of the ears, the red of the cheeks, the soft, rounded eyes remain the same, like a familiar friend trying on local outfits so as not to feel out of place at the festival. Each new form is not to punish, but to reset the way we see it, reminding you that stories can change their costume without losing their soul. And just as the real world wraps Pikachu in hometown fabrics and seasonal scarves, the games themselves carry this idea even further, with costumes, cosplay outfits, and special forms waiting quietly on the other side of the screen, ready to show you just how far one small mouse can wander without ever ceasing to be Pikachu. Cosplay Pikachu, costumes, contests, and playful personas. Tonight, we're drifting into a quieter kind of performance, one that happens not in stadiums, but in soft spotlights and gentle applause. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine that on the other side of the screen, Pikachu is stepping toward a tiny dressing room door. In the Hoenn remakes, there is a single, special Pikachu waiting for you in the contest hall, already a little different from the others. This is Cosplay Pikachu, a Pikachu who does not change species or element, but who carries a wardrobe inspired by the old contest categories: cool, cute, smart, beauty, and tough. Instead of chasing trophies, this Pikachu is invited to explore what it means to put on a role for a moment, and then gently set it down again. In that quiet backstage world, the first outfit is Rockstar Pikachu. A jagged black jacket, a streak of red, a tiny guitar-shaped accessory. The fabric looks like faux leather, shiny but soft around the edges. It glows with the mood of midnight stages and echoing chords, and with it comes a move like Meteor Mash, as if Pikachu's tiny paws are beating time on an invisible drum made of stars. Next is Popstar Pikachu, all pastel pinks and soft frills, a little bow catching the warm light. The textures feel like satin ribbons and layered tulle, airy and weightless, carrying the mood of cheerful melodies and bright choruses. In this guise, Pikachu might learn Draining Kiss, turning affection into a gentle shimmer of power, less an attack, and more a shared heartbeat with the audience. Then there is Pikachu PhD, with a crisp lab coat and round glasses that slide down a tiny nose. The cloth is smooth and neatly pressed, white against yellow fur, evoking lecture halls and chalk-dusted air. Here, Pikachu gains moves like electric terrain, reshaping the very ground with quiet thought, as if solving the world like a careful equation. Belle Pikachu wraps itself in elegance, with a flowing dress and delicate gloves, the colors soft creams and blues like porcelain and morning sky. The mood is poised and graceful, and with it comes a move such as Icicle Crash, sparkling shards falling like stage confetti, more spectacle than harm, a cold beauty that melts as soon as it touches the floor. Libre Pikachu pulls on a tiny mask and form-fitting outfit, the fabric stretchy and confident, all reds and browns that speak of sand, ropes, and cheering crowds. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer trying on strength for fun, gaining a move like flying press, turning a leap into a playful tumble through space. Each costume gives cosplay Pikachu a new move and a new role: performer, scholar, idol, athlete. Yet under the sequins and stitching, it is still the same small electric mouse. To this day, many players remember that feeling, that changing clothes could change possibilities without ever changing the heart underneath. In ancient times, people used masks and robes to tell myths. Here, Pikachu uses tiny outfits to tell quieter stories about who it might be, just for an evening. You can almost see the backstage now, a row of costumes on little hangers, a mirror ringed with warm bulbs, Pikachu tilting its head as it decides who to become for this next gentle performance. Outside the game, the same spirit appears when fans wear Pikachu hoodies, soft Kigurumi pajamas, or simple felt ears at a convention, walking through the real world as if they've borrowed a little of its spark. The costume is playful, but the feeling is sincere. And beyond cosplay Pikachu, the world keeps adding new outfits. Pikachu in Ash's cap, in seasonal festival wear, in flower crowns and special event uniforms, each one a small variation on the same theme of identity as something you can decorate, but never fully rewrite. Somewhere deep in the game data, there are even rarer, more subtle Pikachu forms and encounters, hidden like secret wardrobes behind locked doors, waiting for us to open them and see what other stories a single yellow silhouette can quietly contain. Shiny sparks the subtle glow of shiny Pikachu, and hidden behind those secret wardrobes is one more variation that feels almost like a whisper rather than a costume change, the shimmer of a shiny Pikachu. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine that in this wide, pixelated world, every so often, in one encounter out of thousands, a familiar friend steps out wearing slightly different colors, as if the light itself has chosen a new way to rest on its fur. In the gentle language of the games, a shiny Pokémon is simply a rare version, the same species in shape and spirit, but with colors shifted just enough to feel like a secret. Not stronger, not more important in the grand myth of time and space, but rarer like a four-leaf clover growing beside an ordinary patch of grass. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer who notices those small, quiet differences and holds them close. For Pikachu, the change is modest, almost shy. Instead of the bright, lemon-yellow coat you know, a shiny Pikachu leans a little deeper, a little more golden, as if dusk has settled over its fur. The cheeks are still red, the tail still carries that jagged thunderbolt shape, but the overall tone feels warmer, more muted, like candlelight instead of midday sun. To this day, some players even argue over screenshots, wondering if the colors truly changed at all, and that uncertainty is part of the charm. Finding one asks for patience. You walk through tall grass for what feels like an ancient stretch of time, or you gently hatch egg after egg, or you wait for a special event where the odds tilt ever so slightly in your favor. There is no hurry here, no need to rush. Your steps become a quiet rhythm, a kind of meditation, as if the world is teaching you that not every treasure appears on command. Then one day, after so many ordinary Pikachu, a different hue slides onto the screen. The sparkle is soft, the sound effect brief, but your heart pauses. You might blink, lean closer, check twice. Tonight, we're drifting into that moment of quiet surprise when a creature you thought you knew reveals a hidden shade of itself, and the whole story of your save file tilts just a little. Because of that effort, many players grow deeply attached to their shiny Pikachu. They give them careful nicknames, carry them from region to region, and keep them in their teams for years, even when stronger options appear. In a world filled with legendary myths and cosmic beings, this slightly different Pikachu becomes a personal legend, proof of time spent, of patience practiced, of nights where sleep came late because one more encounter felt necessary. In a gentle way, shininess mirrors the small differences in people. A slightly softer voice, a quiet talent, a way of listening that most might overlook. These are our subtle color shifts, the traits that do not shout, but still shape how we glow in the eyes of those who know us, not to punish, but to reset our expectations of what it means to be special. And even though shiny Pikachu are rare in the data of the games, every ordinary Pikachu in someone's story is rare to them. The starter from Pokemon Yellow that followed at their heels, the partner that cleared a difficult gym, the companion that simply stayed. From here, the path leads not only through color, but through history, into event-only Pikachu carrying unusual moves, commemorative ribbons, and tiny details that make them quietly unique in ways no palette swap ever could. Event-born, special Pikachu with unique moves and ribbons. From those quietly cherished partners, the path opens into a different kind of Pikachu altogether. The ones that did not simply appear in tall grass, but arrived as gifts. Close your eyes and let your mind wander for a moment to a world where certain Pikachu are not just caught, but invited, arriving through celebrations, movie tie-ins, and limited-time distributions like small electric postcards from another place in time. These are the event-born Pikachu, the ones that carry ribbons, unique moves, and themes that feel almost like tiny myths stitched into their data. A surfing Pikachu gliding over the waves with an impossible move it should never naturally learn quietly remembers an earlier age of rumors and minigames when a beach on a Game Boy screen felt as vast as an ocean. A flying Pikachu, lifted by bright balloons, seems to step straight out of a playful dream, where gravity is a suggestion and the sky is gentle and welcoming. To this day, some of these Pikachu arrive with moves that feel like whispers from older stories. A Pikachu that knows fly because of an ancient promotion, or one that holds a special item from a movie release. They sometimes wear hats, echoing a certain anime partner who walked through regions and years without ever evolving, or they carry a commemorative ribbon that quietly states where and when they joined your journey. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, tracing history not through trophies, but through dates and tiny symbols. Receiving one is its own small ritual. You might have walked to a specific store, the fluorescent lights and soft chatter blending into the hum of your handheld console. Or you might have entered a code at home, watching the mystery gift screen shimmer open like a portal in digital space. Sometimes you connect online during an anniversary or a world tournament, and a Pikachu arrives in a beam of light, as if the wider world has reached into your save file to leave a quiet gift. Tonight, we're drifting into that feeling of opening your storage boxes later, long after the event has ended. You scroll past ordinary Pokemon, and then you pause. There is a Pikachu with a ribbon that mentions a movie you saw in theaters, or a festival you barely remember, or a year that was difficult, but softened by games and sleep and familiar worlds. In that moment, the Pikachu is not just data, it is a marker of who you were when you received it. These event Pikachu are like postcards from different eras of the franchise, preserved gently in save files across cartridges and consoles. In ancient times, the myths spoke of legendary beings that shaped land and sea. Here, in a quieter register, Pikachu traces the history of fans instead, holding memories of anniversaries, launches, and quiet evenings spent exploring new regions. They show how Pikachu changes with the world, wearing new costumes, learning unusual moves, yet always remaining recognizably itself, a small constant in the flow of time and space. And somewhere beyond these official gifts, beyond the ribbons and codes and ceremonies, there are Pikachu that appear in stranger ways still, in glitches, rumors, and fan-told myths where the data does something it should not, and the story takes a turn we are not quite meant to see. Whispers and myths, urban legends about Pikachu. In that soft, forbidden corner of the code, something stirs only in stories. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost hear it, a quiet whisper that says, "There are Pikachu the developers never meant you to see, hiding just beyond the edge of the screen." Wherever a character becomes beloved, myths begin to gather around it, like fog collecting in low valleys at dawn, and Pikachu is no exception. Over time, fans have imagined secret forms of Pikachu that appear only under impossible conditions, hidden evolutions that come after Raichu, or strange versions that flicker into being when the game seems to hesitate for a heartbeat too long. None of these show up in official Pokédex entries, yet they drift through the fandom like half-remembered dreams. There are quiet stories of mysterious glitches where a Pikachu's name fills with odd symbols, or its sprite stretches into something unfamiliar for a single frame before returning to normal, as if the world of data had briefly lost its balance. Other tales mention haunted cartridges where the save file always contains a lone Pikachu, waiting in the tall grass, its level just a little too high, its moveset just a little too strange. The details change from teller to teller, and that is part of their charm. These are campfire stories of the digital age, shared not around flames, but around dim screens and message boards, whispered online, passed between friends on playgrounds, and recalled late at night when sleep comes slowly. Tonight, we're drifting into that gentle space where rumor and memory blur, not to frighten, but to trace the outline of a myth seen from far away. The glow of the handheld replaces the glow of embers, and the world on the other side of the glass feels almost ancient. People create these myths to explore the edges of a familiar world, to see what happens when a bright, cheerful creature like Pikachu stands next to a quiet shadow, not to punish, but to reset the way we look at something we think we already know. By adding a hint of mystery, a suggestion that there might be more under the surface, fans give this small electric mouse a different kind of depth, like discovering that a favorite lullaby has an older verse no one usually sings. You might remember your own childhood rumors, perhaps a secret way to get a special Pikachu that never quite worked, holding down certain buttons at the exact right time, walking around a particular patch of grass for exactly 100 laps, waiting for lightning outside your window, as if nature itself would answer the game. To this day, those attempts live on as a quiet, private mythology between you and the cartridge. Through it all, the real Pikachu in games and shows remains a symbol of safety and friendship, a constant presence amid the tall tales swirling around it. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, and in that dreaming, Pikachu gently stands at the center, unchanged. From here, beyond the myths and whispered glitches, the same little Pokémon steps into countless creative works, drawn, animated, reimagined, reshaped in tender, imaginative ways that keep the story going long after the console is switched off. Fan hearts, art, music, and stories. Inspired by Pikachu. From here, beyond the official artwork and game sprites, Pikachu continues walking softly into sketchbooks and screens all over the world, almost as if it has stepped out of the cartridge and into everyday life. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost see it. A classroom desk, a notebook margin, a half-finished math problem, and in the corner, a tiny, round-cheeked Pikachu, doodled in graphite, smiling up at its tired artist. In bedrooms, cafes, and quiet train rides, people draw Pikachu again and again, each one a little different, each one a small, private myth. Some follow the slimmer modern design with long ears and neat lines. Others return to the older, chubbier shape, closer to Atsuko Nishida's original squirrel-like idea. On tablets and digital canvases, soft brushes add warm yellow light, gentle gradients, and glowing cheeks, while sketchbooks fill with pencil studies of Pikachu sleeping, stretching, or simply sitting and listening to the world. Around these drawings, slower crafts grow, one careful stitch and sculpted curve at a time. A knitted Pikachu takes shape from a ball of yarn, its ears stuffed and sewn while someone watches the anime in the background. Tiny clay figures dry on a windowsill, each one a little lopsided, each tail shaped like a small bolt of captured thunder. Cross-stitch patterns map Pikachu out in patient squares of color, and somewhere, a cozy blanket with a repeating Pikachu motif lies folded at the foot of a bed, waiting for a cool night and a long sleep. Tonight, we're drifting into the quieter songs that follow. Fans compose gentle remixes of Pikachu's cries and classic game melodies, turning them into soft, lo-fi loops that hum in the background while you study, read, or drift toward dreams. Piano covers linger on the themes of companionship and return, taking the bright energy of Pikachu's world and slowing it down until it feels like a memory you can rest inside. In written stories, Pikachu appears again as a partner, a guardian, or a small, steadfast light in difficult times. To this day, people write fanfiction where Pikachu waits at the edge of a forest path, offering silent company to a character who feels alone, or curls up on a pillow beside someone who has had a hard year, its presence becoming a symbol of safety, balance, and gentle perseverance. Imagine a quiet desk lit by a single lamp, the rest of the room already surrendered to darkness. A hand moves slowly over paper, coloring in Pikachu's cheeks with a soft red pencil, pausing now and then just to look, to breathe, to remember. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, someone giving a little time and space back to a character that has already brought so much comfort and joy. All of these drawings, songs, stories, and handmade treasures are like offerings placed at a shrine that exists in shared imagination. They show that Pikachu lives not only in games and animation, but in the quiet corners of millions of hearts, passed gently from one person's inner world to another's. As we move onward, you'll see how this small electric mouse becomes more than a mascot, turning into a thread that weaves through memory, meaning, and the deeper emotional legacy of Pokémon itself. Pikachu in the wild, habitats, behavior, and quiet ecology. And from those quiet corners of memory, Pikachu also returns to something older and simpler. The places it calls home when no one is watching. Tonight, we're drifting into the soft habitats where this small electric presence moves like a lantern in the dusk, not as a mascot on a screen, but as a creature of gentle patterns and quiet needs. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you might see Viridian Forest at twilight, the way it first appeared in the earliest games. The trees stand close together, their leaves deepening from green to indigo as day folds into night. Somewhere between the trunks, a rare Pikachu rustles the grass, its cheeks giving off the faintest glow, like two fireflies that decided to stay close to the earth. In that dim space, its rarity feels less like a game mechanic and more like a shy spirit choosing to remain half hidden. In other regions, the story continues in new shades of evening. In Kalos's Santalune Forest, in Sinnoh's Eterna Forest, in the soft meadows of Alola, Pikachu appears again, as if the world keeps writing the same character into different chapters. Each place becomes a kind of electric grove, where fallen berries dot the ground and the air holds the memory of distant storms. To this day, the encounter always feels a little special, as though you have stepped into a clearing that was waiting just for you. The Pokédex quietly adds its own myths to these scenes. It tells you Pikachu stores electricity in the pouches on its cheeks, and you can imagine a small group gathered beneath a tree, their tails touching in a loose circle, sharing current the way people might share stories. Sparks pass gently from one to another, not to punish, but to reset their strength after a long day of foraging, the yellow shapes outlined for a moment in soft, pale light before fading back into shadow. In ancient times, before Pokeballs and partners, you can picture forests where Pikachu clans lived like little weather keepers. When black clouds gathered, they would raise their tails like tiny lightning rods, drawing down just enough power to store in their cheeks, then releasing it later to ripen berries or warm the ground. Trees would learn this rhythm, some leaning a little closer, their branches a safe canopy, their fruit sweeter where the static brushed the bark. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer walking slowly through that imagined electric woodland. As you drift towards sleep, you might create a small Pikachu habitat inside your own mind, a clearing of calm thoughts, a few favorite memories hanging like berries on low branches, and gentle sparks of attention moving where they are needed most. In that inner forest, your worries grow quiet, and Pikachu is simply there, breathing in time with you, a soft guardian of your resting world as we move onward to the next part of its long, wandering story. Thunder in miniature, how Pikachu's electricity really works. From that quiet inner forest where Pikachu rests beside you, the next part of the story hums to life, not with noise, but with a soft, steady charge. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine that under that yellow fur, beneath those rosy cheeks, there is a tiny weather system of electricity, always searching for balance, always listening to mood and moment. The Pokédex speaks of cheek pouches, small and unassuming, as if they were nothing more than places to store berries, yet they are little batteries of living nature. In ancient times, researchers noticed how Pikachu's fur stands on end when the air is dry, static, gathering the way clouds gather before a storm. When Pikachu is threatened, or simply very excited, that stored power spills out in sparks, a reflex as natural as breathing, as automatic as a sigh. To this day, some entries describe whole forests where many Pikachu live together, their tiny discharges filling the air until lightning quietly arcs between branches. It is not to punish, but to reset the energy of the world around them, a gentle correction rather than a catastrophe like the sky exhaling. In that mythic, mouse-sized thunderstorm, each little spark is a sentence in a story the weather is telling. When Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, you can picture a clean, bright ribbon of light, a confident line drawn from cheek to sky. Thunder, by contrast, is wilder in appearance, a column of white-gold rain pouring downward, as if time itself pauses to watch. Volt Tackle wraps Pikachu in its own light, a glowing comet of fur and courage, while Electro Ball forms a slow, spinning moon of electricity, growing stronger the more Pikachu has moved and danced around its partner. Each move is a different mood of the same heart. Sometimes the electricity is sharp and focused, sometimes broad and echoing, sometimes playful, tumbling forward as Pikachu dashes. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer whose emotions happen to shine where others might only blush or look away. Because that power is so closely tied to feeling, Pikachu will sometimes shock a friend without meaning to. A sudden laugh, a surprise hug, a moment of worry for a sleeping trainer, and a tiny jolt slips free, more like a startle than a storm. Trainers in this world learn to read the warning signs, the faint crackle in the air, the slightly brighter glow of those red cheeks, the way the tail twitches when joy and nervousness get tangled. Tonight we're drifting into that same idea within you. Somewhere beneath your own thoughts, there is a kind of electricity as well, not made of volts, but of feelings, memories, and quiet wishes. As you listen, imagine that inner current settling, the way a storm cloud slowly smooths into clear sky, until all that remains is a calm, steady glow, warm behind your ribs. Let that glow match the gentle spark you left in that inner forest with Pikachu, a shared, peaceful current. In the next part of this story, we will follow that light outward again to the many forms Pikachu has taken across regions and ages, each one a slightly different way for that same small thunder to exist in the world. From Pichu to Pikachu. to Raichu. A gentle, evolutionary story. That small, steady glow you left in the forest with Pikachu has a history of its own. A quiet lineage of sparks learning how to become light. Tonight we're drifting into the gentle story of how that light changes form over time, not through contests of strength, but through trust, choice, and the soft weight of shared moments. Let's begin at the very beginning of that line, with Pichu. In the games, Pichu does not grow into Pikachu through levels alone, but through friendship. Hidden behind numbers and mechanics is a simple myth. When Pichu's heart is full enough, when it has stumbled, laughed, and leaned on someone long enough, it changes. It becomes Pikachu, not because it has defeated many foes, but because it has learned to trust that it will not be left alone. You can imagine a tiny Pichu in some quiet corner of the world, its electricity flickering out of control, accidentally shocking itself, then looking up at the one who stays anyway. With time, that clumsy spark finds balance. The shocks soften into a warm, dependable current. One morning, almost without noticing, Pichu has become Pikachu, cheeks still bright, but gaze a little steadier, like someone who finally believes the bond is real. From there, the story could continue in a straight line. In nature, thunder grows into storms, and in the Pokédex, Pikachu can evolve into Raichu when it touches a thunderstone. The change is instant, like lightning crossing the sky. Raichu is stronger, its tail longer, its body carrying more power, as if the little spark has accepted its full voltage at last. In ancient times, that might have been the whole tale, small, then grown, then gone. But in the anime, the story pauses. Ash is offered a Thunderstone more than once, invited to turn his Pikachu into a Raichu who could win more easily. Each time, the choice is placed gently in Pikachu's paws. And each time, Pikachu steps back. It chooses to remain as it is, to keep growing inside its current shape instead of leaping ahead into a new one. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer who knows that becoming more is not always about changing form. Close your eyes and let your mind wander to your own life for a moment. There are thunderstones for you too, opportunities, expectations, moments when the world seems to say, you should be further along by now. Pikachu's quiet refusal is a soft reminder that there is no single correct pace, no universal deadline for evolution. You are allowed to stay where you are, to deepen instead of expand, to hold your own shape until it feels right to change. To this day, somewhere in that inner forest, there is a Raichu you might become, patient as distant thunder, and a Pikachu you already are, bright and present. In the next part of this story, we will walk a little closer to that waiting Raichu and listen to what its future footsteps might be trying to tell you. Alolan Raichu and regional dreams of Pikachu's future. So now, as that inner forest grows still again, you can almost hear another shore calling, soft as distant waves over sand. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and let that waiting Raichu take on a different shape, as if the same thunder had learned to float instead of fall. In Alola, under a sun that feels like a warm hand on your shoulder, Raichu changes. Its fur lightens to a gentle, creamy brown, its cheeks glow like small golden suns, and its tail curls into the shape of a surfboard, broad and steady. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, because Alolan Raichu doesn't race or strain. It simply climbs onto its own tail and glides over the sand, over the waves, and sometimes, in the stories, over the quiet thoughts of anyone who happens to be nearby. Where the Raichu you know is purely electric, sharp and grounded, Alolan Raichu is electric and psychic, as if the same spark that once leapt from its cheeks has turned inward and begun to illuminate its mind. The Pokédex whispers that no one is quite sure why it changed this way in Alola, only that it loves sweet pancakes and sunny days, and that the more it enjoys that life, the more its psychic power grows. It is evolution as a daydream, the same species but seen through sunlit eyelids. In ancient times, people might have told this as a myth about how nature and place gently reshape a soul. Modern professors talk about regional variants, about ecology and climate and food, but the feeling is the same. When a species lives long enough in a new corner of the world under a different sky, it bends a little toward that light. Sand, surf, and soft ocean air become part of its story, and what could have been a simple change in statistics becomes a quiet legend about how time and space leave fingerprints on living things. Alolan Raichu suggests something else too, that there could be versions of Pikachu you have not met yet, sleeping just beyond the edge of canon. Fans imagine an Alolan Pikachu, cheeks bright as sunset, perhaps with a little flower tucked behind one ear, tail tip shaped like a tiny surfboard, already learning to hover an inch above the ground when it relaxes. Others dream of a snowy Pikachu in a distant region, fur fluffed for warmth, or a forest Pikachu with mossy patterns along its back, storing not only electricity but the memory of rain. Tonight we're drifting into those gentle what-ifs where ecology turns into fantasy and every climate is a new cradle for possibility. To this day, the official games have never given Pikachu a regional form of its own, but the idea lingers like sea salt on the air after sunset. Somewhere in this multicolored Pokémon world, another sky may be waiting for it, another flavor of thunder, another way for that familiar silhouette to glow. And as we move on, we'll keep that thought close. Pikachu's story is not fixed. It is still unfolding, one quiet region at a time. Stats, types, and hidden power. Pikachu, through a trainer's eyes. Pikachu's different skies and colors all return, in the end, to the same small creature standing at your side. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and instead of numbers on a screen, imagine a little spark trying to find its place in a world of giants. In the language of the games, Pikachu has what trainers call stats, but you can think of them as the shape of its story. Its speed is like a quick flash of lightning across a quiet night sky, darting ahead before heavier clouds can move. Its special attack is the brightness of that flash, the way it briefly turns darkness into day. But its defenses, its ability to endure, are more like a thin glass lantern rather than a sturdy stone wall. It shines and it moves, but it does not like to be struck. The electric type itself feels almost like a myth of nature. Lightning loves the open air and seeks the tallest trees, the metal towers, the still surface of water. In the games, that becomes power over water and flying types, as if storms remember oceans and high winds. Yet lightning is always humbled by the earth. Ground types, steady and ancient, draw electricity away as though the planet itself is whispering, "Come back down." Steel and electric companions resist these sparks too, like friends who have learned to stand close to storms without flinching. Tonight, we're drifting into the way items shape this little guardian. In most stories, Pikachu's power is modest, a household candle rather than a lighthouse. But when it holds a light ball, that simple sphere becomes a quiet talisman, doubling the force of its electricity. The candle suddenly burns with the intensity of a festival lantern, not to punish, but to reset how others see this small mouse. In that moment, even great dragons can feel like silhouettes against a blinding flash. Competitive players talk about moves and roles, about Pikachu entering a field like a messenger of sudden change. It comes in, leaves a mark of thunder, and slips away, trusting its speed more than its armor. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer who chooses agility over bulk, trust over sheer endurance. To this day, all those numbers, speed, power, frailty, are only another way of saying how Pikachu moves when it wants to protect you, how it steps forward even though it is small. As you drift toward sleep, you don't need to remember any of the values or charts. You only need the image of a tiny spark standing between you and the dark. And when we turn next to the stories of Pikachu's moves and techniques, we'll simply be adding more gentle pages to that same ongoing story. Moves like lightning, the gentle art of Pikachu's techniques. So now, as that tiny spark stands between you and the dark, you can begin to notice how it moves, how it traces quiet patterns through the air. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine Pikachu not as a warrior, but as a careful calligrapher, writing with light across the canvas of the world. Thunderbolt is the first stroke in that glowing script, the iconic shape everyone knows. In the games, it is numbers and power, but here it is a sudden, golden rain falling from a cloud that exists only for a heartbeat above Pikachu's small form. The electricity branches like ancient trees, then folds back into the ground, leaving the air tasting clean, as if the world itself has taken a deep, restoring breath. Quick Attack is different, a whisper of motion rather than a storm. You see Pikachu blur across the field like a thought you almost had, a pale streak of white around its paws, and then it is somewhere else, already still again. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, so the movement feels less like a strike and more like time skipping a frame, letting you glimpse how fast a wish could travel if it really tried. Then there is Iron Tail, a move that arrived later in the story, as if Pikachu had gone away to train in secret and returned with a new, polished skill. Its tail, once just a soft, expressive shape, becomes a silver crescent, shining with a metallic sheen, cutting a quiet arc through space. When it meets stone, in games or anime, the ground cracks, but in your mind, it is simply a chime, a clear note ringing out to remind you of balance between force and grace. Volt Tackle feels like the most private of all, a move hidden in breeding charts and special events like an heirloom technique passed down through an old family line. Pikachu wraps itself in a bright, blazing aura, its whole body becoming a comet of yellow and white. It moves forward not to punish but to reset the scene, drawing all the scattered energy in the area into one brief, beautiful collision of light that fades as quickly as a thought. Across the generations, Pikachu's learn set changes the way a story changes in each retelling. In ancient times of Red and Blue, its options were simple, like a child's first words. Later games added Nuzzle, Electro Ball, Grass Knot, and more, as if the world kept handing Pikachu new verses to recite. Level up lists shifted, TMs came and went, and yet Thunderbolt remained, a constant refrain in a long song about a small Pokémon learning more ways to express the same bright heart. In the anime, Ash's Pikachu takes these techniques and personalizes them, turning each one into choreography. Thunderbolt swirls around it rather than simply falling. Quick Attack bends mid-course like a dancer changing steps at the last second. Iron Tail becomes a pivot, a spin, a way of redirecting momentum with quiet intelligence. To this day, the way it uses Volt Tackle, sometimes softening the landing, sometimes letting sparks trail behind like fireflies, feels less like an attack and more like performance art under a storm-lit sky. Tonight, we're drifting into a way of seeing every move as a temporary constellation. In your thoughts, there is no pain, only patterns. Arcs of yellow, lines of white, brief silver flashes, all appearing and dissolving in slow motion. As you drift deeper towards sleep, we can turn from these individual techniques to the stories of how Pikachu has moved through regions and cultures, carrying its little library of sparks into every corner of the Pokémon world. Ash's Pikachu, a quiet character study of a tiny hero. From those drifting constellations of tiny sparks, it feels natural to come back to one small source of light you already know. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost see it. Ash's Pikachu, not as a mascot or a symbol, but as a familiar presence settling at the edge of the campfire. Ash's Pikachu is stubborn in a way that feels strangely human. It digs in its heels when asked to stay in a Pokeball, refuses evolution when given the chance, and tilts its head away when strangers expect instant affection. Yet that same stubbornness becomes a quiet loyalty, the kind that keeps it on Ash's shoulder through storm and sun, through regions and years, never quite letting the thread between them loosen. There is curiosity in the way Pikachu wanders ahead on forest paths, sniffing at new berries, tapping a paw against some ancient ruin stone, or leaning close to a new Pokémon with its ears slightly raised. There is mischief too, the way it swipes food from Ash's plate, how it startles him with a tiny spark when he teases it, how it pretends not to listen and then follows anyway. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer shared by a small companion who never fully behaves and never fully leaves. Think of the quiet scenes the anime scatters between grand adventures, a shared rice ball under a tree, Pikachu's cheeks bulging as it eats beside Ash, both of them saying nothing, simply existing in the same gentle space. Late-night campfires where the others sleep, and Pikachu curls against Ash's side, eyes half closed, tail making a soft arc of yellow in the dark. After a loss, when Ash's shoulders sink, Pikachu climbs up without a word, pressing close, offering a paw to his hand as if to say, the story isn't over yet. Its relationships with the rest of Ash's team are their own quiet myth. With Bulbasaur there is a steady, grounded companionship, two caretakers watching over younger partners. With Charizard there was once distance and pride, yet Pikachu stayed nearby, patient, waiting for balance to return. With Squirtle, there is an easy playfulness, shared glances before they leap together into some small, harmless trouble. These are not rivalries, but threads in a tapestry of shared time. In those moments, Pikachu becomes a mirror you can look into without fear. It is flawed, quick-tempered, occasionally jealous, sometimes tired. It gets hurt. It doubts, it hesitates at the edge of new journeys. And yet to this day, it keeps stepping forward, always returning to the road, always choosing to stay by the same friend. Tonight, we're drifting into that recognition that your own heart, with its worries and hopes, is not so different from this tiny traveler of sparks and fur. As sleep draws nearer and the world grows softer, Pikachu's story begins to open outward, touching not just Ash and his friends, but entire regions and cultures that learn to see themselves in that small, yellow silhouette. Iconic anime moments, thunderbolts, sacrifices, and soft goodbyes. From that small shape on a branch, the world begins to remember the very first time this Pikachu chose someone. Close your eyes and let your mind wander back to that early forest, where the path is narrow, the light is green and dappled, and Ash is still more dream than trainer, running with a stubborn partner who will not yet listen. Spearow feathers flash through the trees, the sky greys, and the air thickens with rain. Pikachu is hurt, wary, dragged along in a way that feels almost symbolic, a creature of nature bound to a boy who barely understands it. Then the storm opens above them, and Ash does something simple and enormous. He turns, spreads his arms, and shields Pikachu with his own body. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, shivering and bruised in the mud, declaring that this life beside him matters more than his own. In that suspended moment before the thunder, Pikachu watches. Time seems to slow, as if the whole world is waiting to see what this little electric mouse will choose. Then comes the leap, the cheeks sparking, the cry that cuts through wind and water, and a single, blinding thunderbolt that feels less like an attack and more like a promise written across the sky. To this day, that scene hums like a quiet myth of trust. A boy offers his back to the storm, and nature answers, not to punish but to reset the bond between them. Much later, when you drift forward to the forest of Wild Pikachu, the air feels different, softer. There is no storm here, only leaves whispering and small paws rustling through the undergrowth. Ash's Pikachu is suddenly surrounded by others of its kind, a whole hidden world of scampering yellow shapes, tails flicking like tiny lightning bolts without a single spark in sight. For a while, you see it relax into that rhythm, climbing, playing, moving, with a freedom that almost makes you forget the cap-wearing boy at the edge of the clearing. The tension here is quiet but deep, a choice between staying where it belongs in nature's own circle or returning to a life of journeys, trains, and distant regions. Ash's voice trembles as he tells Pikachu it can stay, that he will walk on alone. He turns away, and the forest seems to widen into endless space. Then soft footsteps behind him, a familiar weight against his leg, and you understand that sometimes freedom is not a place, but a person you decide to follow. Between these larger crossroads, there are the gentler evenings when Pikachu is simply tired. After long days in unfamiliar regions, you see Ash kneeling beside a worn-out partner, wrapping it in a blanket, sharing a rice ball, whispering apologies to a sleeping face. The stadium lights fade, the crowds disappear, and what remains is a boy checking a pulse of warm fur against his chest, waiting for steady breaths. In these small, almost unspoken scenes, the story drifts away from sparks and towards care. Ash staying awake through the night, changing damp towels on Pikachu's forehead, or holding it close on a boat as the sea rocks them both towards sleep. Tonight, we're drifting into those in-between moments where the world is quiet and the only thing that matters is that they wake up together. And as their path carries them from Kanto's familiar forests to Johto's shrines, from Hoenn's sea-salted air to Sinnoh's ancient snow, each new landscape adds another soft memory. A shared sunset on a hill, a nap beneath unfamiliar stars, a gentle nuzzle before they step into yet another unknown town. The regions grow more complex, the legends more grand, but somewhere on every new horizon there is still that same Pikachu at Ash's side, turning each distant place into a small, electric home. Detective Pikachu, a different voice, a familiar heart. And then, in another corner of this world, that same small silhouette puts on a hat, straightens an invisible tie, and speaks. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost hear it. Not a soft Pika, but a full human sentence, wry and a little weary, drifting through neon mist. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer walking through a city that glows like a half-remembered dream. In the Detective Pikachu stories, Pikachu's role shifts gently from quiet partner to narrator and guide. Instead of padding along at someone's heel, it walks beside a lost boy named Tim, commenting on every clue, every coffee cup, every shadow in the rain. The same creature that once chirped from Ash's shoulder now explains the clues on a cluttered desk, muses about memory, and fills the silence that other Pikachu leave for you to interpret. The city around them feels almost unreal, a myth made of glass and water. Skyscrapers shimmer with holograms and electric signs buzz softly over narrow alleys, while rain threads the air in silver lines. Tonight, we're drifting into that neon-lit space where nature and technology share the same puddles, and Rhyme City becomes a dreamlike stage for a noir that never turns harsh, only quietly reflective. Even the thunder here feels gentle, more like a distant thought than a storm. Detective Pikachu, with its deep voice and dry humor, could have felt like a stranger wearing Pikachu's fur, but under the hat, the core is familiar. It still leans toward warmth, nudging Tim forward when he wants to give up, staying at his side when the clues grow confusing, chasing mystery not for glory, but for the sake of someone it cares about. Loyalty, curiosity, and that soft, stubborn kindness remain, just wrapped in coffee jokes and muttered asides. To this day, when you watch it pace through rain-slick streets, you can sense the same balance that defined Ash's journeys, a world that is strange, yet welcoming, a partner who is small, yet steadfast. The talking Pikachu scratches its head over missing memories, but its heart never seems lost. It is still the one who stays. And somewhere, in another region, Ash's Pikachu walks on in quiet, saying nothing you can understand, yet meaning everything You might find yourself wondering what unspoken thoughts are tucked between each Pika and Pi, what observations it keeps to itself as it watches new horizons appear. Perhaps beneath every tilt of its ears there is a detective's inner monologue, noticing the way Ash's hands tremble before a gym, or how the wind changes over an ancient ruin. In ancient times, storytellers would give animals human voices to reveal hidden truths about people. Detective Pikachu simply turns that old mythic trick toward a familiar yellow shape. It invites you to imagine that every silent partner might have a whole commentary humming just beneath the surface, not to punish, but to reset how you see companionship, not as command and obedience, but as two minds walking the same road, one speaking aloud, one speaking in sparks. Cosplay Pikachu and fashionable sparks. And then, just when you think you know every angle of those familiar yellow cheeks, the games quietly open a wardrobe door. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer stepping backstage for a moment. In Hoenn's contest halls in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, there is a special Pikachu waiting for you, one that can never evolve, not because it is weak, but because it has chosen something different, performance over power, story over statistics. This is Cosplay Pikachu, a single little Pokemon with many lives. It arrives as a gift, already dressed for the stage, and from there, the world begins to shimmer with possibilities. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine Pikachu standing in front of a mirror, 5 costumes laid out like tiny alternate universes, each one stitched with its own mood, its own quiet myth. In one universe, Pikachu Rockstar pulls on a black, faux leather jacket, the texture smooth but slightly creased like something well-loved. A jagged blue lightning bolt slashes across its chest, echoed by spiky styled fur that leans to one side as if caught in a permanent breeze. The colors are dark and electric, magenta scarf against midnight fabric, creating the feeling of a small stage where the air hums with sound, even though the world around you is perfectly still. In another, Pikachu Popstar twirls in soft pink and white. The dress is layered like petals, light and slightly translucent, with a tiny bow that rests just under the chin. There are frills at the edges catching the light the way soap bubbles do, fragile and playful. The mood here is sweetness and applause, but from far away, as if remembered through time and sleep, softened until it is only warmth. Pikachu Bell wears elegance instead of glitter. Its gown is a gentle yellow, deeper than its fur, but close enough to feel like an extension of its own nature, trimmed with white lace that looks almost like frost on a window. A little hat tilts to one side, not quite formal, not quite casual, as if Pikachu has stepped out of an ancient story about masked balls and candlelit halls, translated into something small and kind. There is Pikachu PhD with a crisp white lab coat that barely brushes the ground and round glasses that rest carefully on its nose. The fabric here feels stiffer, more structured, the lines clean and straight. The colors are restrained, white, brown, a touch of red at the tie, creating a mood of quiet thought, of diagrams and equations that no one needs to solve before sleep. And finally, Pikachu Libre, wrapped in a tiny mask and green, red and white outfit, the fabric snug and flexible like a gymnast's suit. The patterns curve around its body in bold shapes, suggesting motion even when it stands perfectly still. The mood is courage and play, a reminder that even the smallest creature can step into an arena of eyes and simply be seen. Tonight, we're drifting into the idea that all of these are true at once. Cosplay Pikachu cannot change species, but it can change story, slipping from rock legend to scholar to masked performer with a simple change of clothes, and yet to this day the cheeks are still round, the tail still shaped like a lightning bolt, the spark inside unchanged. It is many roles, one self. You too have your own quiet costumes. The one you wear for work, woven from schedules and responsibility. The one you wear with friends, coloured by laughter. The one you wear when you are alone, softer, less polished, closer to your original shape. In ancient times, people told myths about gods who changed form to walk among humans. Cosplay Pikachu is a gentler echo of that idea, showing that identity can stretch without breaking. As you lie there, you do not need to decide which version of yourself is correct. You can imagine hanging each role on a hook by the door of your mind, the way Pikachu might carefully fold each costume and place it back in its trunk. For tonight, you are simply the person beneath all of it, breathing in a quiet room, listening to a small electric mouse try on different dreams. And as we leave the contest hall behind, the sequins dimming and the music fading into silence, another form of Pikachu waits just off stage, not dressed for applause at all, but for work, for ceremony, for carrying the weight of an entire region's hopes on its small shoulders. Special event: Pikachu, hats, ribbons, and one-time wonders. And those shoulders, so small and bright, do not only carry ribbons and rankings, sometimes they carry a date, a place, a single, unrepeatable moment in time. Tonight, we're drifting into the quiet world of special event Pikachu, those little sparks that appear for a season and then slip back into memory. Close your eyes and let your mind wander to a Pokemart in an older game, or a festival hall in a distant region where a friendly clerk or a glowing kiosk offers you a gift. On the screen, a Pikachu arrives wearing a cap that does not belong to it alone, but to a story. Ash's original Kanto cap, the Hoenn cap, the Sinnoh one with its soft curve, each hat a tiny piece of anime history folded gently onto Pikachu's head. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer collecting souvenirs made of light. There was birthday Pikachu on a trading card, cheeks bright, confetti falling around it like frozen sparks, given out only if the day on the calendar matched your own. There were Pikachu that knew moves they were never meant to learn through ordinary play, surfing Pikachu riding a calm blue wave, flying Pikachu drifting beneath balloons, a Pikachu that had the move Sing like a lullaby stored in electricity. To this day, those moves feel like secret words whispered between game designers and the children who found them. Some Pikachu were tied to places, as if the land itself had signed the ribbon around their neck. A Pikachu distributed only in Japan during a movie premiere. Another available in a single city during a festival. World Cap Pikachu given to celebrate journeys across regions and across oceans. In ancient times of the series, you might have had to walk into a real building, stand in a quiet line, and hold out your game system like an offering, just to receive one bright, digital companion. When the data transfers and the Pokeball closes, it feels less like obtaining a strong partner, and more like being handed a keepsake, a postcard from a particular year of your life. You remember the room you were in, the friend who came with you, the way the outside weather contrasted with the glow of the screen. Some of those Pikachu can never be obtained again. Their events have ended, their codes expired, their servers gone still. That ephemerality gives them a dreamy, almost fragile quality, like fireflies you saw once over a summer field and never again. If you look back over your own story, you may notice you have your own event Pikachu, even if you never downloaded one. A quiet walk where the air felt perfectly in balance, a birthday where someone said exactly what you needed to hear, a train ride where the sunset turned the whole world gold for just a few minutes. Little, region-locked moments in your life, tied to a single point in time and space, never to be distributed again in quite the same way. Hold one of those memories gently now, the way you might cradle a rare Pikachu on your team, knowing you cannot remake the moment, only honor it. Because somewhere just beyond these one-time wonders, another form of Pikachu is waiting, not marked by hats or ribbons at all, but by something far stranger and older, as if the myth of Pikachu itself had glitched and rewritten the rules of reality. Shiny Pikachu. A subtle shift in the light. As if some quiet line of code in the world had flickered, and Pikachu stepped out wearing a different kind of light. Close your eyes and let your mind wander for a moment to that idea. The same small shape, the same familiar cheeks and tail, but the color of its fur has shifted, almost like the sky just before dawn. In the language of this myth, that is what we call a shiny Pokémon. Not stronger, not louder, simply otherwise. Shiny Pikachu trades its usual warm sunflower yellow for something paler and softer, a gentle pastel, as if someone had washed it in moonlight and left it to dry in the silence of an empty field. The red of its cheeks seems to glow a little differently against that muted coat, and when it evolves, shiny Raichu carries the change forward. Its orange fur cools into a dusky golden brown, and its cream-colored belly becomes the color of sand just after the tide has gone out. The lightning bolt tail, still tipped like a heart, cuts a quiet silhouette like a stroke of bronze ink across parchment. It is the same story, told in a slightly different hue. Tonight, we're drifting into the patience that such colors ask of you. In the games, the odds of meeting a shiny Pikachu in the wild are famously small, like one grain of sparkling sand in thousands of ordinary ones. To this day, many trainers repeat the same soft ritual, walking through the same patch of grass, hatching egg after egg, resetting the same screen, not to chase glory, but to fall into a rhythm. Shiny hunting becomes a meditative act, a heartbeat of button presses and footsteps that gently erases the noise of the outside world. After a while, time loosens its grip. Encounters blur together. You know the normal yellow so well that your eyes almost float over it. And then, without warning, the palette shifts. The Pikachu that appears is just a little too pale, a little too dreamlike, and for a second, it feels as though the world itself has winked at you. Not a grand revelation, just a private little miracle, like finding a four-leaf clover pressed between pages you do not remember closing. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, learning to notice the rare, quiet variations that nature hides in plain sight. Shiny Pikachu is like sunlight catching a puddle at just the right angle, or a train car that is unexpectedly empty, or a stranger's small kindness on a day when you had forgotten you needed one. It reminds you that in the wide space between ordinary moments, there are subtle shifts in color and mood that you can choose to honor. In ancient times, storytellers might have called such an encounter a blessing from a tiny thunder spirit, not to punish, but to reset your attention, to bring you back into balance with the present. As you drift towards sleep, you might let that idea expand, that for every familiar Pikachu in your memory, there is also a rarer version of the same day, the same place, waiting to be seen in a softer light. And just beyond this shimmering mouse and its altered Raichu shadow, other forms of Pikachu are waiting too, shaped not by chance colors, but by the different worlds and regions that have quietly claimed it as their own. Regional costumes and seasonal Pikachu in Pokémon Go. And in one particular world, the one that lives in your pocket and hums softly in your hand, those different Pikachu do not just belong to regions, but to moments in time. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and you can almost see Pokémon Go's map at night, lit not by stars, but by tiny silhouettes of Pikachu wearing little pieces of the calendar. There is the classic party hat Pikachu with its pointed cone and scattered confetti of color, arriving for anniversaries and New Year's as if it has quietly appointed itself the keeper of celebrations. There is Pikachu with a witch's hat, tipping its brim during Halloween events, and Pikachu with a red and white cap for Lunar New Year, carrying a soft echo of distant lanterns and family gatherings. Each costume is small, almost comical, yet it turns the whole world into a shared, gentle festival. You might remember the flower-crowned Pikachu of spring, petals resting between its ears during equinox events and Easter weekends, appearing in parks where real blossoms are also opening. In summer, Pikachu sometimes arrives in a sun hat or with sunglasses, a tiny guardian of beaches and sidewalks, as though nature itself wanted a mascot for warmth and long evenings. In winter, it may wear a cozy knit cap or a red scarf with a sprig of holly, stepping softly into snowy community days where you can see your breath in the air. Tonight, we're drifting into the idea that these costumes are more than decorations. They are beads on a long, gentle string of time, marking holidays, anniversaries, and special days the way tree rings mark the years of a forest. To this day, players can look back at their storage and see a witch hat Pikachu from 1 October, a flower-crowned Pikachu from a distant March, a party hat Pikachu from an early anniversary, and remember not scores or rankings, but weather, friends, and the quiet places where they walked. What makes them quietly powerful is that they appear everywhere at once. A child in Tokyo, a commuter in London, a night shift worker in Sao Paulo, all may open their screens and see the same scarfed Pikachu smiling back at them, sharing a season without ever speaking. It is a soft kind of connection, not to punish, but to reset your sense of distance, reminding you that the same tiny story is unfolding under many different skies. If you imagine a full year passing, season by season, you can picture these Pikachu-like constellations that only appear at certain times. Spring crowns, summer shades, autumn hats, winter scarves, each one rising, shining briefly, and then fading again into memory. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer watching the sky of their own Pokédex, waiting for the next little star to appear, as other, rarer Pikachu prepare to step forward from different traditions and deeper myths. Pikachu across regions, Kanto roots to Paldean horizons. From those seasonal crowns and tiny constellations of forms, your thoughts can drift outward across the whole Pokémon world, tracing the quiet path of one small shape that keeps appearing. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine following Pikachu not through a single region, but through time and space themselves as the maps change and the stories soften around it. Let's begin at the very beginning, in Kanto, where Pikachu is not yet a mascot, but a shy, rare spark in Viridian Forest. You walk among Caterpie and Weedle, and every so often the grass stirs a little differently, and a yellow flash appears. In Pokémon Yellow, that same Pikachu steps out of the tall grass and becomes your partner, padding behind you through Pewter's stone paths and Cerulean's gentle waters, turning the whole region into a quiet story about companionship. When the world widens into Johto, Pikachu feels like an echo from the west, a familiar friend arriving a little later. You find Pichu first in the grass near Route 34 and the daycare, a reminder that even icons have beginnings. To this day, Pikachu in Johto feels like a bridge carried over from Kanto's myth into a softer, golden era of towers, shrines, and slow trains. In Hoenn's humid air, surrounded by ancient seas and volcanic slopes, Pikachu waits again in early routes and in grassy corners near Slateport and Moville, a tiny electric note in a region obsessed with water and earth. It appears in the Safari Zone and by the daycare, as if quietly insisting that even in a world of legendary weather and deep oceans, there is room for a small, familiar spark. Sinnoh, with its sense of ancient time and heavy myths, tucks Pikachu into the trophy garden behind the Pokémon Mansion, where rare Pokémon wander like living curiosities. You step onto the manicured grass and, among delicate footprints, Pikachu appears as something almost ceremonial, a reminder that this world of Arceus and Dialga still makes space for simple, everyday bonds. Unova, inspired by sprawling modern cities, hides Pikachu in the Lost Lawn Forest and other pockets of nature, like a memory preserved between highways and high-rises. In Kalos, where elegance and life energy are treasured, Pikachu strolls along early routes, even starring in the region's own special showcases and gentle performances, less a wild creature and more a small celebrity of the world itself. Then Alola arrives, warm and slow, and gives Pikachu a new branch of its story, the regional Alolan Raichu, born from island nature and soft waves. In Galar, Pikachu appears on the rolling wild area plains and in Max Raid dens, a tiny constant under vast, changing skies. By Paldea you find it again, in early fields and schoolyard outskirts, as if to say that no matter how the map expands or how ancient the legends become, this isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer who always has one gentle, electric companion somewhere nearby, never too far from reach. Tonight, we're drifting into deeper myths of what Pikachu has meant to people beyond these roots, as its quiet image leaves the tall grass and steps into the wider world. Pikachu in side games, quiet cameos, and hidden corners. As Pikachu steps beyond the tall grass and the familiar roots, the world softens into something quieter, almost like a dream you can walk through. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, and imagine that instead of holding a Pokeball, you simply open your eyes one morning, and you are Pikachu. In the Mystery Dungeon stories, that is the first gentle shock. You, a human, awakening as a small electric mouse, lying in the grass as clouds drift lazily across the sky. Around you, Pokémon speak with full voices, carrying worries, hopes, and little errands through a world with no humans at all. Time feels slower there. The guild bells ring, the sun crosses the sky, and you, as Pikachu, learn how it feels to be the one protected, and then slowly the one who protects. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer who discovers courage in tiny, everyday quests. In ancient times, inside your own memory, you might still recall the first Pokémon Snap, where Pikachu did not speak to you but posed for you. On the beach, it padded along the sand beside a rolling surfing Pikachu board, tail flicking in the sea breeze. On the power plant stage, it chased apples, sparks dancing at the edges of the frame. Each click of the camera turned Pikachu into a still, peaceful vignette, frozen in the warm grain of N64 film. To this day, new Pokémon Snap continues that quiet myth, placing Pikachu under waterfalls in moonlit fields or dozing near glowing crystals as if the entire world were pausing just long enough for you to notice its soft breathing. Then there are the stranger corners of Pikachu's reflected self, where art styles bend and moods change. In Pokken Tournament, Pikachu and Pikachu Libre move like graceful martial artists, every motion stretched and exaggerated, more like a flowing dance than a clash. In the Rumble games, Pikachu becomes a tiny, wind-up toy, all hard edges and simple shapes, toddling through diorama worlds that feel like a child's wooden playset come to life. Cafe Remix turns Pikachu into a gentle worker, cheeks bright, ears perked, carefully preparing drinks and pastries for other Pokémon, the whole story unfolding in soft pastel tones that seem designed for sleep. Tonight, we're drifting into a gallery of these smaller dreams, and in each frame, Pikachu is trying on a different role. In Mystery Dungeon, it is a wanderer discovering its place in a talking world. In Snap, it is a muse captured in light and memory. In Pokken, it becomes a focused warrior. In Cafe Remix, a patient host. In Rumble, a toy that remembers it was once alive. Through all these forms, a quiet pattern emerges. Every side game lets Pikachu explore a new facet of its identity, just as you move through different selves over time, searching for balance between who you were, who you are, and who you might yet become. And as Pikachu keeps slipping into new shapes and stories, there is another world waiting where it doesn't just visit your games, but gently steps into your cities and your real-world nights. Gathering the Sparks, a gentle recap of 150 Pikachu facts. And so, as Pikachu steps gently out of arcades and side stories and into your own streets and twilight memories, you can feel how this evening has never been about winning or losing, but about wandering. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, not through tournaments and scoreboards, but through all the quiet corners of Pikachu's world that we have slowly visited together. Let's begin at the very beginning, where it was only a round, chubby sketch on Atsuko Nishida's page, more squirrel than mouse, with soft curves and bright cheeks that hinted at stored thunder. Its name, too, was a tiny myth in itself. Pika for the spark, Chu for the mouse's whisper, a little poem of sound that almost by accident became the gentle heartbeat of a vast universe. To this day, it is strange and comforting that something so small became the center of so much. Inside the games, Pikachu has always lived as both data and story. Pokédex entries talk about electricity building in its cheeks before storms, about groups of Pikachu sharing power to keep one another safe, and you can almost see them beneath ancient trees, tiny lanterns in the rain. Its stats, its moves, the way it can grow into Raichu or choose to remain itself, all of these numbers hold secret narratives about friendship, patience, and the slow balancing of risk and trust over time and space. In the anime, that data breathed. Ash's Pikachu was stubborn enough to refuse evolution, loyal enough to stay at his side through every region, and playful enough to tease, sulk, and forgive without a single human word. Their bond became a quiet language, a look shared before a leap, a nuzzle in moments of doubt, a tiny electric spark of reassurance when the world felt too large. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer walking with a small companion who chooses you again and again. Beyond screens, Pikachu slipped into the wider world. Plush toys on bedroom shelves, balloons floating above parades, mascots dancing in summer rain at distant festivals. It stood at the center of events, on airplanes and billboards, a symbol that children recognized instantly, and adults remembered with a soft ache of nostalgia, a reminder of a simpler story waiting just behind the noise of everyday life. All around that central figure, little fireflies of trivia have been drifting tonight. Shiny Pikachu with its deeper golden hue, cosplay Pikachu in playful costumes, regional forms and special event versions that appeared for a brief moment in time and then faded back into memory like sparks in the dark. Each of our 150 facts has been one of those lights, not merely information, but a small window into feeling, the comfort of Pokemon Yellow's partner following at your heels, the curiosity of discovering a rare variant, the wonder of realizing how far this tiny mouse has traveled through culture and nature and myth. If you wish, you can quietly choose one or two of those facts now, not as a test, but as keepsakes, small stones in your pocket as you drift towards sleep. Even if the details blur, what remains is the mood, the sense of companionship, the knowledge that somewhere in this world, Pikachu is still padding along beside you in the dark. Tonight, we're drifting into the end of this little pilgrimage as if we have walked together through a forest at night, every fact a tiny spark along the path. Now the lightning has dimmed, the trees stand calm again, and the trail grows soft and shadowed, inviting you to rest beneath their branches until morning. Why Pikachu stays with us, memory, comfort, and quiet magic. So now, as the forest grows still, you can imagine Pikachu as a small, steady light in a dark room, not flashing or demanding, just glowing quietly in a corner of your world. It is the kind of light you forget about until you turn your head, and there it is again, patient and familiar, ready whenever you need a little company in the quiet. Close your eyes and let your mind wander to all the times that light has appeared along your own path. For some, Pikachu first arrived on a chunky game screen as a rare shape in Viridian Forest, its Pokédex number 25 becoming a secret code for stored electricity and hidden potential. For others, it was on a television, Ash's Pikachu refusing to evolve, choosing loyalty and self-acceptance over power, turning a simple design choice into a gentle myth about staying true to yourself. To this day, parents who once traced those rounded ears and soft cheeks with sleepy eyes now share them with their children. A fact about early concept art being chubbier becomes a bedtime story about how even Pikachu changed and grew. A detail about cheek pouches storing electricity becomes a soft lesson about saving your energy, about knowing when to spark and when to rest. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer. Pikachu's world is full of storms that rumble and flash, yet somehow never truly harm. Journeys that wander far, yet always circle gently back to home. Even when the sky darkens around it, the story tends to end with shared laughter, a healed misunderstanding, a new friend walking beside you instead of away. All these 150 facts become little anchors in the drifting sea of memory. Design trivia reminds you that creativity is allowed to be playful, that something as simple as a tail shaped like a lightning bolt can feel more like a doodle than a weapon. Game mechanics, moves learned and moves forgotten, echo the way you have learned, relearned, and sometimes let go. Moments from the anime of separations and reunions become soft rehearsals for real-world goodbyes. Pikachu's body is all circles and curves, yellow like a warm lamp, brown like tree bark, red like the last glow of sunset on the horizon. Your mind can rest on that shape without effort. It is simple enough to draw in the margins of a notebook, simple enough to remember in the half-sleep between waking and dream. Somewhere in the background of your own life, Pikachu has likely been waiting. On a sticker, peeling at the edge, on an old t-shirt, on a loading screen, on a memory of sitting cross-legged on the floor. Tonight we're drifting into that quiet realization that it has been there longer than you thought, a tiny guardian of nostalgia and inner childlike wonder. Whether you have followed Pikachu for decades or only met it tonight among these whispering facts, your place in this story is the same. You are welcome to let the details blur and soften now, to let Pikachu become less a list of information and more a feeling of safety, playfulness, and small, bright courage resting somewhere behind your ribs. In ancient times, people repeated names in rituals until they became sacred. In a gentler way, repeating this one name, this one shape, over years has turned Pikachu into a personal symbol, carried quietly through time and space. As your thoughts grow slower, you can turn your attention inward, from the world's Pikachu on screens and in stories, to your own inner Pikachu, a calm spark of curiosity and kindness that you can carry with you into sleep. And as we move toward our final section, a quiet farewell to this shared journey, there is still one last thing about Pikachu we have not yet whispered. A soft goodbye. Under electric stars, closing the journey with Pikachu. That last thing isn't a secret move or a hidden form, it's this. This isn't the journey of a champion, but of a dreamer, and you've been walking it the whole time, step by quiet step, beside a small electric type with soft fur and bright cheeks. Not through tournaments or trophies, but through 150 tiny sparks of story, you and Pikachu have wandered together through memory, myth, and the gentle corners of this world. Close your eyes and let your mind wander, just for a moment, back over what you've drifted through. Design sketches of a chubby, squirrel-like creature becoming the face of Pokémon. Pokédex whispers about electricity stored in its cheeks. Ash's stubborn partner, refusing to evolve, choosing companionship over power. Game screens, old cards, plush toys on shelves, and real-world celebrations where Pikachu quietly stood at the center, glowing like a lantern in the dark. All of those 150 facts were like small stars scattered across a wide night sky. Origins of its name, Pika and Chu, early concept art, anime stories, regional variants, shiny coats, and cosplay costumes, each one a point of light. On their own, they're simple. Together, they form a constellation that has been hanging above you tonight, a soft electric pattern drawn across time and space. On some quiet day, when the world feels heavy or hurried, you might see Pikachu again, on a screen, in a game menu, on an old cartridge, or tucked into a dusty corner of your room. When you do, let that be your invitation to pause. Take one slow breath in, one slow breath out, and remember this calm, unhurried journey you took without needing to go anywhere at all. You can let Pikachu become a tiny anchor of mindfulness in your own story. To this day, whenever its round eyes meet yours, you can allow your shoulders to soften, your jaw to unclench, and your thoughts to drift into a gentler rhythm. Not to push anything away, not to punish, but to reset the pace of your evening, the balance of your inner world just a little. You don't need to hold on to every detail, the exact Pokédex numbers, the trivia, the names of regions and moves can fade like footprints in sand. What matters is the feeling that you wandered through a familiar universe that welcomed you exactly as you are, without tests, without expectations, only a quiet companion padding at your side. If you'd like, imagine one last scene. A forest path at night, the air cool and still, the leaves barely moving. Pikachu walks just ahead of you, its cheeks glowing faintly, casting a soft golden circle on the ground. It doesn't speak, it doesn't need to, it simply guides you forward, step by slow step, until the path itself begins to feel like a dream. Thank you for walking this way for a while. The gratitude here doesn't need loud words. It can live in the shared silence between two travelers who met at a crossroads, traded a little light, and then continued on. Part of Pikachu's gentle spark now rests with you, and a part of your quiet attention will stay with it, somewhere in this wide electric myth. If you are still awake, you can carry this softness into the rest of your night or your day, moving through your own world with the same unhurried care. And if you are drifting off, you can let the story continue in your dreams, where Pikachu may appear in new, tender adventures that belong only to you, in places no map has ever drawn. Because there are always more stories waiting here. More regions, more companions, more tiny electric moments you haven't seen yet, scattered through this ancient living tapestry of Pokémon. Whenever you choose to return, the world will be here, patient and bright, ready to unfold again at a slower pace. For now, picture the lights of the Pokémon Center dimming, one by one, until only a soft glow remains. Outside, the world is wrapped in night. Inside, the machines grow quiet and the air settles. Pikachu circles once on its cushion, curls its tail around itself, and closes its eyes. A last tiny spark slips from its cheeks and fades into the same darkness you are resting in now. Somewhere, deep in that darkness, another spark is already waiting to be found.